Present.
Spalding. Castillo,
Here.
Parmar,
Present.
Simcoe. Wanjin,
Present.
Domino,
Present.
Foster,
Present.
Shalal,
Present.
Becerra, Gell,
Present.
Yalamanchili,
Present.
Heightskill, Demarla, Patel,
Here.
Uchoa,
Here.
Harrell,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Barrickman,
Here.
Almanar,
Present.
Anderson,
Present.
Castellan,
Present.
Wall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Costas, Martin, Salcedo,
Present.
Pache, and Brenner.
Here.
33 out of 42 quorum is verified.
Alrighty, we're at approval of the minutes. Please take a look at last meeting's minutes. If there are any questions, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Approve the agenda. Please take a look at tonight's agenda. If there are any questions, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
There's a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Open forum. Alrighty. So all those wishing to speak in open forum, please raise your hand.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, student government. My name is Christina Bergman, and I'm here representing the UCF chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. We come in to address some of the discrepancies in the ORS meeting minutes from September 20th.
The microphone is not on.
Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. Should I start over?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, student government. My name is Christina Bertrand. I'm here representing the UCF chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. We come in to address some of the discrepancies within the ORS meeting minutes from September 20th, 2022 and October 4th, 2022 in relation to our organization's pending sanction. And we are here to advocate for the pending sanction to not be read within tonight's minutes. NAACP was able to speak to Speaker Dylan Hall, and we set out to conduct a meeting between our executive board and the fiscal committee chairs to be able to clarify these inconsistencies and make a final decision for the sanction after the meeting is administered. This also brings up an underlying issue of communication and some disconnect between some Black organizations and student government. Not only NAACP, but other organizations express how they feel like they are unaware of who their representatives are and how to best use their resources within student government. NAACP is a social justice and political organization, and I feel like it is our duty to take those first steps in having better communication with our student government representatives and build better rapport with Black and people of color RSOs, so issues like this don't occur in the future. Tonight, I'm requesting to remove FAO 53180 from being read in tonight's agenda, and if the sanction is not revised, it could hinder NAACP's progress as an organization moving forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Alrighty. Unfortunately, we can't do questions in open forum.
Okay.
But later on we can motion things.
All right,
Yeah,
perfect. Thank you so much.
See you.
All right.
Alrighty, is there anyone else wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none, before we get to announcements from the student body president, a reminder to all senators that when we are in hybrid, you do need to join the Zoom. That's how we'll be voting primarily. So I can see that not everyone is currently on the Zoom. ILA Yalamanchili.
Where can I access the Zoom link?
You got sent one in your side email.
Thank you.
Alrighty. With that, we're now at announcements from the student body president. I see President Lopez is on the Zoom, so whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. I apologize for not being able to be in person today. I hope you are all and your families are all safe and well after the hurricane. Just a couple of updates from the hurricane and what student government has been doing behind the scenes. I just wanted to provide you all with an update. We have purchased $250 Publix gift cards, and we gave that to UCF Cares. Within the first day and a half, already 88 gift cards have been handed out to students, which has been absolutely phenomenal. So that way, any financial relief that they're being given through Cares, at least for a week or 2 weeks, you don't have to worry about groceries. It gives a little bit of support with groceries with that Publix money. Another thing that we have done is we've created special lift codes. So we've already given out 125 lift codes, with each code giving you 5 rides up to $15 each ride. And already 111 of those codes have been claimed. Those codes are also being given out through UCF Cares to the students that they feel need them. And then lastly, today I spoke with Jeannie Kirawaz and the management team from the Knights Helping Knights Pantry. And for the next 2 weeks, we will be using both the OSI Gator and our student government golf cart to help them with picking up donations around campus. So that way they can primarily just focus on getting the donations in, working on their inventory. And that way the process is just a little bit faster with more vehicles. And yesterday, a couple of SGLCers and cabinet members were at the donation drive at the football game, helping out with that. If you have any other questions regarding hurricane relief and what we're doing on that end, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. In addition, if you know any student that is struggling, no matter how big or small the struggle is, please have them reach out to UCF Cares. That's where all aid is being administered through. And if they need academic, if they need help with academics and need class exemptions and all of that fun stuff, it's all being given out through Cares. So please send them in that direction. For the most part, I think everyone knows that's where they need to go, but if they don't, please send them there. Moving on from that, tomorrow, Cabinet will be meeting with UCF Downtown's administration and their downtown student life, just so we can gauge a better understanding of downtown's needs and how we can further collaborate and further support them. Later this week, I will be sending everyone the date that the ANSF committee will be meeting. Once that date has been established, since we aren't meeting next week, I won't be able to announce it. So I'll just send you all an email with the meeting date. And with that, I just have a couple of appointments. I hereby appoint Scarlett Robbins to seat 7 to be an associate justice, Jeremy Kane to the ANSF undergraduate student at large position, and Anastasia Algieri to be an ANSF undergraduate student at large, and Austin Wilson to be the graduate ANSF student at large. Thank you.
All righty. Are there any questions for the student body president? Chair Borges?
I guess not exactly a question. I just want to say thank you so much, President Lopez, for all that you do.
Oh, no, thank you.
All righty. Are there any other questions for President Lopez? Seeing none, announcements from the student body vice president. Oh, Senator Barrickman.
So as I've been speaking with students in the aftermath of the hurricane, I've been learning about the tremendously high cost of student housing versus even the regular apartment housing for anyone else in Orlando. And I feel like that may have an impact on students, particularly when we have disasters. Is that something that you feel like you could bring up when you're having these meetings?
Yeah, 100%. That's already something that's starting to be discussed. Aside from the expensiveness, I please forgive me for the lack of a better word. Aside from the price of the apartments, there also is a very limited amount of apartments that's around the area here. This is something that UCF administration is very well aware of and something that we are pushing for. I know they're exploring a couple of different options and seeing what can be done. But I'll continue to keep that on their radar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Temple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Madam President. Would you, to bounce off of that an explanation, would you be open to roping certain senators into those discussions regarding housing costs moving forward? Because I am aware that certain senators are more than willing to lend some support in that initiative to lower costs for students regarding their housing.
Yeah, 100%. I guess we can have this conversation offline. I do think this is something that we should bring today at the Capitol. But when having these conversations, if this is something that you're interested in, please just send me an email and I'll be sure to keep you updated.
All righty. Are there any other questions for President Lopez? Seeing none, announcements from the student body vice president, none, comptroller's report. Go for it.
Hey everyone, I hope everyone's well and safe from the hurricane. I know it hit a lot of us really hard. The CRT current account balance is $471,336.80 with a reversion rate of 0.46%. The FAO current account balance is $267,230.87 with 0% reversion rate.
All righty. Are there any questions for the comptroller? Seeing none, Cabinet Forum, Attorney General. Is someone speaking for the Attorney General? Seeing nobody.
Yeah, I'll speak for Caitlin tonight. Good evening, Senate. I'll be working with D-Leg McClellan and other Senate leadership to discuss and work on statutes crash course. Title 11 has been updated on the website. There were formatting errors that are now resolved. As usual, if you would like to request an official opinion, please utilize the form attached in the minutes. And that's about it from Caitlin tonight.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for the Attorney General for the comptroller? Seeing none, announcements from the Chief Justice Carroll.
Okay, really don't have a lot for y'all tonight. Just a reminder that our fall retreat is tomorrow. It's gonna be in Student Reunion Room 219 from 10 to 5. So if you want to stop by, say hi, feel free to. Otherwise, could take any questions.
Are there any questions for the Chief Justice? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, none. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, Vice Chair Robbins.
So hello, everyone. I hope you all stayed safe from the hurricane. This week's scholarship committee didn't meet because of the hurricane. But this following Monday, we will be wrapping up voting on all of the SG scholarships and begin inviting requestees in to vote on their proposed scholarships that they'd like to create with us. We would like to create and implement a hurricane relief fund scholarship. So feel free to reach out with ideas if that's something any of you feel strongly about. I'll also throw in there, I've had a lot of you guys reach out really concerned about just how the student body is doing with that. I love the advocacy and please keep reaching out because we don't want to just sit in committee and like talk about what we think would be the best way to go about it. We want y'all's ideas because we're all here together in this. And then please be mindful that we also have a huge budget cut this year of 20% and an influx of more requests than last year for organizations wanting our funds. So we're doing our best to make sure that we are being as fair as possible. So just keep that in mind. We can't just hand out $100,000. We barely had $50,000 to work with. So yeah, that's it.
All righty. Are there any questions for Vice Chair Robbins? Seeing none, please. All righty, announcements from the president, me. All right, so hey everybody, happy Thursday. Thank you to everybody that's here in the back. I'm excited to see what y'all have for us. I've already seen the giant car outside my office, but I'm excited to hear more about it. I want to take the time to just remind all senators to please be sharing as much of the resources that we have available for students and the wider community in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. I know I sent some things and sent updates regarding what UCF's doing about housing, etc. I'll be frank, wish UCF actually emailed that to students instead of posting it on UCF News because nobody reads UCF News. But this is something that I definitely encourage everyone to continue to promote and do because our students need our help and we need to do everything that we can to support our students in our capacity as the voice for students to administration. Moving along, Senate will be canceled next week due to the UCF versus Temple football game. All other committees and caucuses will meet throughout the week, including SBA on Thursday. Chair Anderson has requested that they meet at 1 p.m. instead of 2. So they will be meeting before the football game next Thursday, but Senate itself will be canceled. Moving along, next thing being that hybrid modality was only for this meeting. So next meeting, there will be no Zoom. So I expect every senator here presently. Again, going to work with Cherry Rea and LJR for flexibility should people still be impacted by Hurricane Ian. I do know that some senators were directly impacted as well as lived in some of the communities that have unfortunately flooded around us. So we want to work with those senators in particular to make sure that their concerns and needs are met. On a lighter note, in Senate Exec, we've decided that we will be hosting a Halloween themed session on the 3rd of November. My office will be sending out a sign-up form where you can kind of note what costume you'll be coming in. Please, nothing weird. I will be coming as the Emperor from Star Wars. So just be creative. Think about as much fun stuff as you can do. Last two things. First one being that the Women's Caucus is in need of a chair. I know Acting Chair Castillo is also going to kind of highlight that in the next 10 minutes or so, but just to really emphasize, they are meeting tomorrow at noon to elect a new chair. They need a chair. Currently, none of the members on the committee right now can serve in the capacity. So please, if you are interested, message me before the end of the Senate session today, and I can add you to be appointed to Women's Caucus. We want to make sure that all of our caucuses are operating as smoothly as possible. Last quick thing, please sign up to be SGLC mentors. This is a great opportunity to interact with the SGLCers directly and help them learn more about SG and the legislative branch. I got to sit in on SGLC a little bit today. They do meet on Thursdays, and it is open to anyone in SG to also watch and just see if they're interested. But love the passion, love the energy, a lot of opportunity. Not a lot of senators have signed up thus far, so I really would encourage you all to sign up as soon as you can. I've been told by Deputy Chief of Staff Sabrino that they are being lenient to keep it open tomorrow, but the goal is to have mentees assigned by early next week. So if you are interested, please fill out the form that I have linked. With that, are there any questions for me? Chair Temple.
Did I hear you right in saying that you'll dress as the Emperor on the 3rd of November?
Yes, I
So
will
you
be
will be-
dressed as the Emperor.
A follow-up, if I may?
Yeah, you may.
So you will be the Senate next on that day.
Yes, I will be.
May God help us all.
Yes. Alrighty. Senator Kura.
I'm pretty sure on Thursday our Zoom meeting for 1 and SBA is going to be on Zoom. I think.
That too. Yeah, SBA will be meeting at 1 because even if it is Zoom after 2, nothing can meet, but it will be meeting at 1 o'clock over Zoom. I forgot. Thank you for that. For SBA next Thursday. So if you're on SBA, you didn't get a free pass to not go to committee next week. Are there any other questions for myself? All righty. Seeing none, announcements from the Internal Legislative Assistant, ILA Yalamanchili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a great SGLC meeting today. The SGLCers elected their committee chairs after a period of speeches and questioning for each candidate. All of the candidates were very exceptional. Congrats to everyone who won. And I thank the speaker for once again encouraging interested senators to fill out the mentor/mentee form if they want to mentor an SGLCer. And apart from that, I am enthusiastic about the speaker's decision to dress up as the Emperor because I will be dressing up as an officer from the Imperial Navy. Apart from that, it's great. And Our next SGLC meeting will see the executive branch present and talk about what it does. And I am very thankful to all of exec for getting in on this and telling the SGLCers the excellent work they do in serving the student body. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions for ILA, Yellen and Billy? Seeing none, external legislative assistant report, ELA DeMarlo.
Hi, guys. I hope everyone's doing well and is safe. I will be wrapping up one-on-one soon, and then from there, we'll be moving on to group meetings to prepare for the dean meetings that will hopefully occur like at the end of October or like at the start of November. I also had a wonderful conversation with Sage regarding promoting cross-branch collaboration, so I'm very excited to see where it'll go.
All right, are there any questions for ELA DeMarlo? Seeing none, announcements from the Senate President Pro Tempore, Pro Tem Foster.
Good evening, Senate. Really happy to see everyone's back here healthy and safe after the storm. There's a few senators who did not fully complete their financial training. I've reached out to them on an individual basis and, kind of talked over with them. Some of them kind of just got their power back or they're really small for schoolwork. So I will grant a little bit of leniency on that due to the storm. And if you need any help getting connected with any type of campus resource, I know people in Milliken Hall have told me, like, if you know anyone, have them contact me. So if you're going through anything personal, or even if you know somebody who's going through something due to the storm, let me know and I can kind of connect them with the appropriate party. Caucus leadership voted to not meet this week, so we're not going to meet this week. Maybe they want to meet next week, but it's not set in stone yet, so we might meet next week. Also, shout out to everyone who scheduled a meeting with me or already met with me. It means a lot, even if it's just, trying to get started on your initiatives or you just have a concern. It means a lot that you actually went to the time out of your day to meet with me, so I'm really grateful for that.
All right, are there any questions for Pro Tem Foster? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs, Dale McClellan.
Good evening, everybody. This week, I have approved 3 internal bills to be seen on first reading, adopted 2 fiscal bills in FAO, and written 2 other fiscal bills to be seen on first reading. Tonight, we will be seeing 3 fiscal bills that need to be seen on both second and third reading, 1 for moot court and 2 for Knight's experimental rocketry. This morning, fiscal leadership met and discussed UCF's 50-mile policy in regards to funding travel, whether it is a 50-mile radius or whether it is 50 miles driving distance. And we'll be contacting who we think can actually answer that question definitively. And finally, if you have any questions or ever need anything from me, please do not hesitate to let me know.
All righty, are there any questions for D. Like McClellan, Chair Borges?
I know it's more like the whole Senate, but are you open to seeing Arrow on second and third tonight?
If that is necessary for timeline, and if they are here, it might as well.
All right, are there any questions for D. Like McClellan, Vice Chair Rebels?
I think at the end of the meeting, if I'm not mistaken, the comptroller came in and confirmed that it is 50 miles driving, not radius. Is that correct? Because I believe he met with Shane and then came back and confirmed.
If he did, I was not present at that moment. I remember him going to ask Shane.
Chair Wanja.
Yeah, so he did ask Shane. Shane said that in practice, what the business office uses is driving distance. Basically, they just have the RSO like look up on Google Maps how far it is and send the business office a screenshot. That's how he explained it. I still don't know if that's official UCF policy or just what the business office does, but yeah.
We go Senator Barrickman and Chair Borges.
I'm going to say that I have no idea what the official answer is, but you will have wildly varying responses if you use driving distance, just based on how math works and cars work. So that I feel like cannot possibly be an answer that we use.
I'll let Dylan McClellan and Chair Borges.
Yeah, because so I mean, for funding travel, it makes sense to use driving distance because it's reimbursing the travel.
Chair Borges.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is gonna be an ongoing discussion. We have not determined, because UCF policies is what determines this, not our statutes. And it's very vague. So until we get faculty senate or someone like that to tell us for sure, we can't believe anything we're told as of now.
Alrighty, are there any other questions for D-Leg McClellan? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations, D. Serpitel.
Hi, guys. As you all have noticed, I have made the RSO distribution list, so it's linked in the agenda below. It's not 100% cement yet. There will be minor changes within the next week, as you're allowed to email me if you have any problems with it. If you want to swap with another senator and you have permissions from both parties, please email me. If there's an issue where you're an officer of the club and you didn't get it, you're free to email me. And if in general, you have a problem where you feel uncomfortable representing an RSO, you can also email me on that. Additionally, I'm also creating intramural sport teams for SG in general. I want this to be a cross-branch collaboration where we can have everyone from all 4 branches join in. I've already discussed with Senate leadership and exec leadership to create this. I've still yet to talk to Judicial and Election Commission, but I will be offering it to them if they would like to join in on this. Please fill it out. This doesn't mean like you're enlisted and signed up for it permanently. It's just an interest form. You can select whatever times on that you're available, and if you would like to participate on a team of that sport. And in general, like if you're just interested, please sign up, because we would love to have more participation, because it would be a fun thing if we get more people on board.
Alrighty, are there any questions for D. Serpitel? Seeing none, caucus reports, Asian Pacific Islander American Caucus, Chair Patel.
Hi again. Happy Filipino Heritage Month. This week, APIA met and had the pleasure of Senator Berkman joining us while we discuss our efforts on how we're going to honor Filipino Heritage Month with SG, APAC, and the FSA, Filipino Student Association. Furthermore, we have communicated with Chair Temple on how we'll incorporate APAC on our work with GAP, which I know he's very much excited for. And I've also talked to Director of Communications about how we would like to post some stuff on social media on honoring any Filipino students involved with SG or APAC or FSA.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Patel? Seeing none, Black Caucus report, Chair Holmes.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I want to say, Chair Patel, I play center defense for soccer, so I already filled out my thing. I better get that position, just letting you know right now. But I just wanted to say we met yesterday and discussed a resolution to make Juneteenth a UCF holiday. Our caucus members were super engaged and helpful on brainstorming how to make it possible. I really appreciate it. I just really appreciate it. Y'all were extremely helpful. I was also able to meet with John T. Washington Honor Society earlier today around 4 p.m. And I was able to make sure they properly requested for FAO funding. And I've also had some other RSOs that we met with from our previous meeting reach out to me regarding funding as well. So I noticed that the RSO distribution list has been made. So if any of those RSOs do come to me, I'll let you know so that you can help them with funding.
All righty, are there any questions for Chair Holmes? Seeing none, Disability Caucus report, none. Hispanic Latinx Caucus report, Chair Salcedo.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
They can't hear me. Oh, hey guys, sorry, I got kicked out of the Zoom. Oh my God, give me a second. Yeah, so we're meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the SG conference room.
Are there any questions for Chair Salcedo? Seeing none. LGBTQ plus caucus report, Chair Yalmanchili.
So we did not meet last week because of Hurricane Ian. Our next meeting is tomorrow at 1 p.m. I would like to highlight some things that are of note to the LGBT community. YDSA is hosting a clothing drive next week on Tuesday, October the 11th, to assist everyone in need of free clothes with a focus on trans and non-binary people. I will also shortly be introducing a proclamation to celebrate LGBTQ plus History Month, which is this month in October. So happy LGBTQ plus History Month. Come Out with Pride is doing a Pride Parade on October the 15th at Lake Eola in downtown Orlando. I strongly encourage everyone interested who wants to celebrate the queer community to go and attend. And I'm also going to use my time to give this caucus report to also highlight all the SGLCers behind me who are here seeing our Senate session. I forgot to mention that in my ILA report, and hats off to them, and thank you.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Yelmachili? Seeing none, Women's Caucus report, Acting Chair Castillo.
Hey everyone, I'm just going to reiterate what Speaker Hall said, but Women's Caucus will be meeting tomorrow at noon in the SGA conference room, and we'll be holding chair elections. If anyone is interested in running for the position, let me and Speaker Hall know by the end of tonight's meeting, preferably through GroupMe. If you're not appointed by then, you cannot run tomorrow. Thank you.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Acting Chair Castillo? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Chair Borges.
Move to fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on second reading, fiscal bill 5416, funding for Baja International, you know the rest.
Alrighty, there has been a motion to see fiscal bill 5416. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I will take a motion for speech, questioning, and debate. Chair Dunbar.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, 15-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute question, 15-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now at a notice of legislation on second reading, fiscal bill 5416, funding for Baja International to build a vehicle for Baja SAE Oshkosh in Oshkosh, Wisconsin on May 4th, 2023. Oh, is there a problem? Yep, okay. Before you all begin, Senator Parmar, are you here?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Alrighty. Senator Parmar, since the RSO is here, are you just gonna defer to them?
Yes, I will yield my time to the RSO representative.
All right. Y'all have 5 minutes whenever y'all are ready.
I think that's the wrong presentation.
Yeah, there
Oh,
you go.
Howdy, SGA. My name is Dave Shalush. I'm the current team lead for Baja International.
My name is Faith Owen and I'm the treasurer for Baja.
So we are a collegiate race team. Every year we build an experimental single-seat off-road vehicle from complete scratch, and we undergo the entire engineering process in doing so. We go to 2 competitions per year typically. There are 3 total. So in designing a vehicle, as I said, the entire engineering process involves first your load cases, everything that goes into your requirements for building a vehicle, the preliminary designs, the validation with software, the initial manufacturing, testing, final validation, and then we finally go to competition. Next slide. You want to do this slide?
So competition is split into multiple different sections. You have static days and dynamic days. Static days comprise of your static brake check and your overall inspection of the vehicle. Every year, a new rule book is sent out. It is very long and very thorough, and we have to abide by every single one of those rules in that rule book, and they are checked at competition. If you do not pass inspection, you do not compete. So the static events, like I said, brake check, and you also do presentations for cost analysis, for sales, and then we also have our general design presentation, which encompasses all of our design process from start to finish, and we present in front of a group of judges, and they rank all of the teams. That goes into your final score. So not just how you perform
in the dynamic events, it's also your, how you, how your, how is it?
Your entire design
money?
process is
Yeah.
also learning. I must add also the judges are industry engineers that have many years under their belt. Some of them are also Baja alumni, so they understand the entire process of creating the vehicle. So this is a very thorough inspection.
The most exciting, I would say, is the last day of competition. It's a 4-hour endurance race. It tests your vehicle to its extent. Very intense tracks. You can see from the pictures below, especially the one on the very far right. That is from the competition we just did in May. Very muddy, very large holes that can be 4 feet deep. It's very demanding, but it tests your car's ability in all sections.
It also involves involving the entire team constantly every day, not only in the design process, but in repairing the vehicle and ensure that we can compete at every single event to represent UCF throughout the entire duration of the competition. Next slide. So those are a couple pictures. Some of them are pictures of us testing the vehicle. As you can see in the very top left, that's us driving around, making sure that our vehicle is functioning properly, gathering data. On the top right is us at our Rochester event, post
competition.
Yeah, well, post endurance race. As you can see, the vehicle is completely covered in mud and a little bit haggard. It is a 4-hour wheel-to-wheel endurance race. And as we had said, it tests every aspect of your vehicle. And then a couple pictures of us in our shop working. The vehicle is designed entirely by students, manufactured by students, raced by students, validated by students. And the entire event proves that UCF students can become some of the best engineers once they hit the job market. Next up.
So we do a lot of volunteering in the community. We volunteer for a lot of NASCAR events. We do every year the Rolex 24, which is 24-hour race, and the Daytona 500. These events are a lot of fun. They're very demanding. They're usually all weekend long, but it's a lot of fun, and we do it as a team, and it's a really great team bonding experience as well.
1 minute. In terms of community giving back to the community, we've also welded the Nitro Cart in the past. We've helped out with the agricultural research vehicle, also with welding and fabrication. We do STEM day and a lot of volunteering with children. On top of that, for senior design, our shop is actually an asset for senior design teams to utilize any of the processes that we have at our shop. That's a little known fact, but we can train up any engineer here at UCF to complete the processes necessary for their senior design project. Next up.
So we work with a lot of any major company you could probably think of in engineering, Blue Origin, NASA, Honda. We have multiple people who have interned at these companies as well because of their experience in Baja, help them get those internships. So it's very important.
And a lot of them work full-time in those companies afterwards as well. We have alumni working in every industry you can imagine in some of the top positions. Next slide. And once again, those are some of our sponsors. These companies either give us resources such as like software or direct money contributions. They also come to our shop and give us presentations, and we send them engineers every year. Next slide. So some more pictures of us. These are some alumni and some of our current members that are either interning or working full-time. So everywhere you can imagine: aerospace, automotive, power generation. Next slide.
I was just saying, unfortunately, time has elapsed, but is there a motion to allow Chair Temple?
Move to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes.
There's a motion to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes. Are there any objections? Good for you all. All right, good day.
So just realized this might actually be our sponsorship packet. I sent an updated PowerPoint this morning. I'm not sure if that was actually put up, but this is actually our sponsorship packet. So I guess we could freewheel the rest of this one. So as you can see, that's actually an old chart of what it costs to create our vehicle. That's a general breakdown of each subsystem. Typically, our builds get a little bit more expensive every year as research gets better. One particular point for this year is building a custom front differential. Because the competitions are so demanding, they're switching to a complete 4-wheel drive requirement. And we've done 4-wheel drive in the past, but we want to create the best possible vehicle. So we're working on creating our own front differential built completely by scratch in-house by students. That'll give us an edge in basically every category, including design. So Next slide. And again, these are our sponsors. I think this is the last slide of our sponsorship packet.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's our presentation, it seems.
All righty, we are now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Temple.
Two, if I may?
Yep.
So one, are you or any of your members of your RSO aware of the post-funding procedures and what you have to do once you receive the reward from this bill?
Are you speaking about the requirement to provide for you the receipts of all of our purchases and the money that we raised?
Yes.
We are aware.
Okay. And then my follow-up is more out of curiosity. How did you manage to get that car up to the third?
We're strong. We're really strong. If you look behind you, I brought a good chunk of my team.
Here
through.
you go. Yep, everyone.
Very strong men and women that are extremely dedicated to this project, and we want to show you that we're extremely dedicated to this project. So we brought our car. And if any of you have any questions, or if you want to sit in the car for a picture, go ahead.
Thank you.
All righty, before we continue, Senator Casas.
Present and voting.
Noted at 7:52 p.m. Y'all know there's a service elevator, right?
We don't want to use it.
We like to challenge ourselves.
We do.
Love to see it. All righty. We're still in line for questioning. Pro Tem Foster.
Okay, I kind of got to sit in the car. It's super cool. So if you get the opportunity, definitely go do that. But how long does it usually take to build one of those cars?
It takes most of the year. So right now we're in our design phase. We're finishing up with some of our major design requirements like the chassis. Once we get the funding, obviously we'll start buying components and whatever we need to complete the car. So our competitions are in May and June. So we hope to have a finished car before then, so we can do a good amount of testing.
That's
So our target right now is a running and driving car by March.
All right. Senator Shell.
So, excuse me. So my question is, with regards to the current vehicle as it's being built, the competition is on May 4th, correct?
Yes.
So by what date does it need to be finished and completed before May 4th?
Well, we kind of set our own standards for that. I mean, we prefer for the vehicle to be done months before.
In terms
For
of that
testing.
requirement, though, we could finish the car an hour before we leave for competition. And we did that.
That is not ideal.
And we did that last year.
We did.
We did.
We did.
Follow up, yeah.
So this is mainly out of curiosity, but I've been working with the senior design teams as a judge for a while, and I was wondering, what does the RSO offer to the senior design students in terms of benefits and help?
So we have a welder in our shop, we have a tube bender, we have chop saws and all sorts of tools. So if there's any fixtures that senior design team needs to utilize, or if there's any tooling that they need to utilize specifically, we can give them the assistance or the training necessary. A lot of teams do have to weld their fixtures, and I can't think of another welder available at the university for student use.
Chair Borges.
Just to confirm, your prices are the same as they were in committee, correct?
Yeah, the prices that I gave you in committee are the actual prices.
All righty. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
There's an motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Borges.
I guess the beginning, I don't know if you can see mine as a technical, my amendment. And then this looks amazing. They submitted everything really well. Like the Excel sheet they gave us was amazing, so easy to look at. They brought an entire car here. How could we not vote in favor of that?
I will see the technical, Brody, and then Chair Temple.
So yeah, I'm gonna agree with Chair Borges on this one. The very fact that they brought in a car and about half their team in order to show how dedicated they are to this project, just, oh my God, it's like making me excited to go to this thing. But in any other case though, like the numbers seem to add up. The bill in itself looks fantastic. You guys are fantastic, and if I may retain.
You may.
Move to vote on fiscal bill 5416.
There's an motion to vote on fiscal bill 5416. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. give us a moment because Brody did walk out, so. Okay. Remember, we're voting on Zoom. Alrighty. I can't see the numbers now.
Hi, 26-0.
Alrighty, fiscal bill 5416 passes favorably in second reading.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair Borges.
We'll be seeing this on third tonight.
Yeah, let's do it. Chair Borges.
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
There's a motion to return to the approval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Do you like McCall? Do you withdraw?
May I just say, should we see all of the fiscal bills we're gonna see on second reading? So if you just approve the agenda once and see them all on third reading, like the ones that we are going to see on second and third reading tonight, get them out of the way.
Okay, sure. We do need to go back then to committee caucus time. Yeah, Chair Tupple.
Move to return to fiscal committee caucus time.
There's a motion to return to fiscal committee caucus time. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. CRT has 20 minutes in the chamber. Yeah. Okay, how this is gonna work, because Brody also walked out. He was supposed to make a breakout. Oh, did you make the breakout room? Okay, so basically what we're gonna do is everyone basically is gonna leave the chamber who is not in CRT. And then when Brody gets back, for the people on Zoom to make a breakout room so that y'all don't have to sit in here.
Okay, I'm gonna create a breakout room, and basically if you're not in CRT, please join the breakout room. Everyone in CRT, stay in the main room on Zoom. Cool? Any questions?
Okay, are we good? Okay. All right, 20 minutes.
Everyone in CRT, please sit in the center table, please. Okay, we'll be starting in like a minute. Okay. Let me know when you guys are ready. We'll start with that and you'll be excused for initial. Okay, it shouldn't be 20 minutes, honestly. Let me know when everyone's ready. It's my vice chair. Everyone, okay, we're about to start our meeting. If you guys can be a little quieter, thank you. I hereby call this meeting to order at 8 p.m. Awesome, you good? Okay, roll call and verification of quorum, Vice Chair Trimble.
Okay, Chair Borges.
Here.
So here, Correll. Present. Shidler.
Present.
Wonderful. Present. ORS rep.
Present.
Pro temp rep.
Present.
Okay, what number is that? 7 out of 5, quorum is verified.
Thank you, Vice Chair Trimble. Please look over last meeting's minutes. I'll take a motion. Castillo.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
So a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Any objections? Seeing none, I'll take those joint consent. Look over today's agenda. Ranjan.
Move to approve today's agenda.
Is there a motion to approve today's agenda? Any objections? Seeing none, it stands approved by general consent. Not just me. We have 1 allocation, old business, 5 in new business. Any questions? None. Anything from you, Vice Chair? Nope, nothing. Committee member announcements, anyone? None. Non-committee members? I hope not. Okay, cool. Old business. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Wonderful.
Move for 3-minute speeches on limited questioning, limited debate.
So the motion for 3-minute speeches, limited questioning, and unlimited debate. Any objections? Seeing none. Allocations, allocation 54079, Anne Marie. I'll be representing her. So the conference is in Atlanta, Georgia, from 10:10 to 10:14. By the way, we already approved this. We're reseeing it, but emailed an accountant saying she cannot go anymore due to the hurricane. Able to ask for clarifying information as the conference has not yet occurred, and her response is below. Given that the conference is next week and classes were canceled a week prior due to the hurricane, my classes are now behind in coursework. I feel if I were to miss another week due to the conference, I would be extremely behind in my other classes, which are my number one priority. Also, since funding was delayed due to the hurricane, airfare prices have gone up along with prices for boarding around the conference. Overall, the best decision for me would be to unfortunately stay here rather than going to the conference. I yield to questioning. Any questions? Castillo.
So would we deny this allocation?
What we've done in the past is we zeroed out all of the amounts and then reapproved it because it's already been approved and it's already an open account. So to deny it would be like it's weird. McClellan. So motion move debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Any debate? Wangin and then McClellan.
Move to zero out all the numbers on this allocation.
Okay, there's a motion to zero out all the numbers in allocation 54079. Are there any objections? Great, seeing none, I'll take that as general consent. Wangin, can you go ahead and do that for me, please? Give me like 1 second. Okay, any McClellan, you still have debate? Is there a motion to vote on allocation 54079? Everything. Give us a second. We're about to zero it out. Okay, wait. What is that wrong? Okay, cool. Any objections? Do you object? Do you withdraw? Okay, Harrell, the mic.
Can you just briefly explain what I mean?
Yeah, we're reseeing it. She already received the money, but because of Hurricane Ian, she explained that like her classes were behind and she's behind in coursework. And so it's just better for her to go to her classes instead of missing the week because she had planned to work ahead and everything and the classes got canceled. And then so she can't work ahead and go to the conference like she planned. Any questions on that? Okay, we're still in debate. I know there was a motion. Anyone launching?
Move to vote on this allocation.
Was there a motion to vote on this allocation? Any objections? Seeing none, we're now going to procedures. Those in favor? Those against? Those abstaining? Vote kind of 7-0-0. This passes again, but zeroed out. Awesome. We're not going to take 20 minutes. I feel bad. That's for 20 minutes. Castillo.
Question to the ORS chair, if I may.
You may.
I don't submit an ORS. Okay.
Awesome. Good question though. New business allocation 54143. Adele, I believe you're here. Okay, so you're representing everyone. I got the confirmation. So you can, what we're going to do, we're going to try to see it as a block, and then I'll give you time to speak on behalf of all of them at once. Is there a motion to see allocation 54143, 144, 145, 140? Actually, that's very wrong. Let me ask you first. Who do you have? Adel, Mina, and Abon. I don't know how to say that name.
Ibram, and Abanob.
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Correct. Okay. Awesome. Is there a motion to see allocation 54, 143, 44, 45, 46, and 47 as a block? Is that okay, awesome. We are now there. Shidla, do you have anything? Okay, cool. So same thing, 3 minutes, but instead of speaking on each of them separately, you'll speak on all of them on their behalf. So whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Michael Ishak. I'm representing Mina Rizala, Mina Sos, Abanob Izzet, Ibram Salama, and Adel Gindi. We are requesting funding or they are requesting funding for Brothers in Christ. Brothers in Christ is a multi-university seminar and networking event meant to foster the brotherhood between Orthodox Christian and college students. In attendance is an Orthodox priest and a bishop who will be giving multiple presentations about discipline, relationships, lifestyle, time management, and integrity. This convention is aimed at all men in college with the hopes of forming a junior-senior bond between freshmen and upperclassmen who will guide the younger generation. Included in the $200 registration cost is food and lodging for 3 days and 2 nights, as well as multiple activities at the camp.
Is that all? Okay, awesome. We're now in line for questioning. Questions? Shidla?
So what is, just to confirm, what is the timeline as the final deadline for registration for this conference?
So I've spoken with the leaders of the conference and seeing as to how UCF would like a certain amount of time. to process the funding allocations. At the very maximum, I could have it at a November 12th. Yes.
Awesome. Follow up or no? Okay. Other questions? Follow up? Yeah.
So you're representing these as individuals. Do you know if they've submitted their financial training? Or?
Yes, they have. I'm previously like trained officer as treasurer. And I just went through it with them. I gave them like a rundown of both like the processing event and all that, as well as after funding.
And just to confirm, I will have to have all of them. I can email them.
I
they
do
already sent me-
have their grades. They have
Okay.
sent that over to me. I will email you.
Yeah, if you
after
could do
the
that, that'd be
meeting.
amazing.
Yes.
You have a final thought, you may.
So yes. For the exact amount that you're requesting, is it 200 for every single individual?
That is correct.
Okay.
McClellan and Wonjin.
Clarifying question and then maybe a follow-up.
Yeah.
So the $200 covers registration and lodging, right?
Registration, lodging, as well as food.
How are you planning on getting there?
Carpool.
Any other questions? Okay, Wonjin and then Harrell.
Is every individual prepared to meet with the accountants on their own, not with you, like, doing it for all of them?
That is correct.
Harrell. Okay, awesome. Cool. And then McClellan, yeah. Okay, yeah. I was just gonna confirm, just so you know, you will have to relay all the information from today to them. I know you already received your allocation, so everything that we pretty much told you, make sure you tell them it's really important because you can't sign the forms for them. They have to go. If they mess up, they can get sanctioned. You already know the deal. Make sure. Any other questions? McClellan. So motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Any debate? Wonjin.
We already funded him to go to this conference. I see no reason why we shouldn't fund the other 5 who were like literally the exact same thing, just with different names and emails. Yeah.
Shidla? Hey, retain? No, sorry. You can still debate though if you want to.
I was gonna say something pretty similar, that we did choose to fund this individual, so I don't see a problem with funding 5 more.
Yeah, Harrell.
More of like a procedural question for you. I remember us seeing, sorry, I wasn't at the last meeting, so I don't know if you guys had this conversation, but I remember talking about like food and stuff being in the registration fee. That is still okay, correct?
Yeah, so food provisions within the registration fee is always good with us. Yeah. Anyone else? Any debate or motion? McClellan? So motion to vote on allocations 54, 130, 143, 44, 45, 46, and 47. On this block. Any objections? Seeing none, we're non-voting procedures. All in favor? All against? Those abstaining? Look on a 7-0-0. This passes. Sorry I have to say it so fast. So you'll be getting an email, same as we told you. He's writing an email from her email. It's going to say how much they were all approved for. They'll all get it individually. So they're going to be getting that email. If they have any questions, please let them know. It also says an email to reach out, but let them know to reach out. If they have questions, we'll be happy to help them. We know it's kind of difficult, like not actually coming to the meeting and being able to talk to us. Do you have any questions as of right now?
No, I do not.
Okay, awesome. Then you're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for
very
being
much.
here. Great. Let me just, yeah, you may. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Also we went through all of those. Thank you for adding the vote counts, Wonjin, and we are done with new business. There are non-member discussion. Any member discussion, McClellan?
Really quickly, because I have 2 of the fiscal chairs here and the ones that kind of brought it up, the 50-mile thing. So you mentioned that Stephen did come back with an answer from Shane, but then Tyler, you also mentioned that we need a definitive answer. I know that during the fiscal leadership meeting, I did say that although it sucks to wait that long, we can ask Gerald Hector.
Yeah, we do have a meeting scheduled with him. So if we're able to with time, because I think that would be kind of like a secondary thing from our main meeting. And then in addition, I know Shane's basically was off precedent and not exactly like the university policy, like who decides that, like faculty senate, stuff like that. McClellan?
How big of an issue is this? Because I remember Katrina saying that you got a message from Jerry, saying you're getting close on a few of those.
There was something about, I don't know if it was a joke or not. He was like, oh, you guys are getting close with that distance, something like that. And I was really, Jerry sends really short, really vague emails. So I was like, is this an issue? It doesn't seem like an issue. Fawn confirmed that to them, it's not an issue. Workday apparently does not flag it. So it was probably just Jerry being Jerry, which is perfectly fine. He sometimes makes jokes and that's okay. So should the
So given this particular issue, since I know that there is no set in stone policy defining this, what procedures would we have to take to bring this up with the faculty senate body or?
Yeah, so we already started discussing it in fiscal leadership. I think next time we meet in fiscal leadership, we'll probably bring it up again. I'm pretty sure. I hope they could be there. I had to work at Rosen this morning, and then probably bring in Shane to that discussion. And then from there, I know you have connections, and I think at that point we may have you contact somebody as well as us contacting somebody in faculty senate. And then from there, seeing what they think, because if they don't think we should go, then we shouldn't go. But if they think we should be there, we could all go together or something. I know they had faculty senate today during SGLC. So anyone else on that? Thank you for bringing that, Nicole and Hebron.
On a different note, kind of talking about what we talked about in the LJR, was that something that you wanted to bring up in CRT? I didn't know if that.
So the statutes crash course, I did end up talking with Katrina about this because it is ORS that has all of the non-appendices. I mean, they have Appendix C, but all the non-appendices like the FAO and CRT policy in Title 8 as well. I'm now including Katrina in it. So I'll be talking with her, Daisy for Title 6, LJR, Brianna, Urea for all the rest of that stuff, and the Attorney General. And obviously that stuff will then be continued from that meeting with us to the committees themselves. So
Awesome. Anyone else on that? Cool. Any other member discussion? Okay, we are now in miscellaneous business. Wanton?
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
So a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. I can't speak today. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Vice Chair Triple.
Same as initial.
Awesome. And I hereby adjourn this meeting at 8:12 p.m.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
No, I didn't mean you. Don't worry, please read my name. Why don't we go and do one? That's fine. It's all right. Sorry, no.
I mean, I have to, like, I'm required for reading. I'm actually required for reading in the committee vote there. So Senate will do what I have to read in 3 minutes. But Senate have them for the same. Which makes. No, it's kind of funny though. Yeah. It was longer than yours, but I'm reading this one. I think there's kind of
Yes, I was. Perhaps. I already staying in the 3 times. You know how fast I read this. Probably. So let's start on this particular instance. Pay attention to that part. Where'd you go?
Everyone else is probably currently.
Yes, they are. Come on, let's start. Do it now. The one time elections.
Oh, yeah. So they're probably all. What?
They carry it downstairs. I don't, I had a chance to pick it up on the front and back. A lot more energy now, feels better. Oh my God, that's much better than before. We have to go on these 10 years. They're waiting. I mean, it's all. Wow, thanks. Have to be censored. No, wait, you're not a meeting. But that's not. You're running. You've been censored. Hecho the censor, Octagon de Lenda S. There's one city called Target, and it's they got destroyed. It was cool. They got sent. I read to a reset. I understand. Oh, yeah. That's the anglicized interpretation. So we say all the movies. And they're all anglicized. Pretty much. Yeah. I was like, if I knew what would happen inside of the fine, I'm surprised when you're sticking around because that's why I did not know what it is. No. That was a while ago. Policy wise, I feel like there's done. I mean, like it's the numbers on it, it's not what we.
Alrighty, hereby reconvene at 8:24 PM. Before we move forward, we're gonna do a quorum check. So Chair Uray.
Okay. Trainer,
Here.
Tribble. Here. Mole. Podier, Moda. Here. Kira,
Here.
Nimbargi,
Here.
McClellan,
Present.
Millington. Present. Temple.
Present.
Capozzi. Caldwell. Robbins. Present. Spalding. Castillo,
Present.
Harmar,
Present.
Simcoe. Wanjin. Present. Domino,
Present.
Foster,
Present.
Sheila,
Present.
Becerra. Yell,
Present.
Yalamanchili,
Present.
Heightskill, Demarla, Patel,
Here.
Uchoa,
Here.
Harrell. Present. Borges,
Here.
Barrickman,
Present.
Almanar,
Present.
Anderson,
Present.
Hassan,
Present.
Hall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Costas, Martin, Salcedo,
Present.
Pache. Runner.
Here.
All right. 31 out of 42, quorum is verified.
All right, before we move forward, I would ask the people on Zoom to please turn your cameras on, because right now nobody has a camera on. So it would be very appreciated to see all your lovely faces. I miss you all. Moving along, fiscal committee reports. Thank you, Senator Palmer, Senator Trainer. Fiscal committee reports, CRT committee, Chair Borges.
Yeah, I'm actually ready this time. Okay. So in committee on 9/26 last week, old business allocations approved 54-114 and 120, vote count of 7-0. We denied 54-111, vote count of 0 to 7-0. New business allocations, we approved allocations 54-124 and 125, 7-0, and 54-126, 5-0, and 54-128, 5-0. We postponed 54-127 by general consent. Bills, we approved fiscal bill 54-14 and 54-15 by 5-0. In committee this week, old business allocations approved 54-127 by vote count of 6-0. New business allocations approved 54-130, 131, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, with a vote count of 6-0. Postponed allocations 54-129, 132, 133, 134 by general consent. In caucus just now, old business allocations approved 54-097, vote count 7-0. New business allocations approved 54-143, 144, 145, 146, and 47, vote count of 7-0. Okay, so not enough numbers. So last week we approved 6 allocations and 2 fiscal bills, postponed 1 allocation, denied 1 allocation. This week we approved 11 allocations and postponed 4 in committee. And then caucus now we just approved 6 allocations. CRT has officially impacted over 400 students since July. And as D-Leg McClellan said, fiscal leadership discussed the 50-mile university policy for funding lodging. We will be assessing ways to, clarify that with funding students, and we'll give you guys a report when it's clarified. Also, shout out to Vice Chair Robbins for being appointed to judicial. I can't speak right now. We will miss you if you get confirmed. And I yield to my vice chair for Tribble's Tasty Treats.
Okay, this is my first time doing this. So this week, Senator Schindler brought some Deelman stroopwafel from the Netherlands, and none of us really knew what to expect, but we were all pleasantly surprised by how good they were, and we recommend.
Are there any questions for Chair Borges? Chair Tindall.
Not so much a question, but a shout out to Vice Chair Triple for her first Tribble's Tasty Treats. Fantastic job.
All right, any other questions for Chair Tindall? Chair Borges. Seeing none, and I guess a question to you, Brody. Did the updates to the Senate rules, I know both me and Nick signed it, the one that people don't have to read out the full committee reports anymore if they don't want to. Is that in officially, or has AG Moore not looked at it yet?
So the answer to your question is I'm not sure. I don't remember, probably. But if it's been signed, then it's been enacted. So it doesn't actually matter if it's been added to the document yet. It has been enacted.
Gotcha. Don't get me wrong. You're more than welcome to read it out. I just love hearing your lovely voice. Chair Borges.
Sadly, Title 8 still requires us. Wanda and I are working on that, so you don't have to hear me ever do that again. But as of now, I'm still required to. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I just wanted to save your voice. Moving along, FAO committee report, Chair Millington.
Hey guys, super quick report today. So in committee, we approved allocations 54-34-700, 54-35-700, 54-36-600, 54-37-5 to 1-1, 54-38-600, 54-39-8-0, and for bills, we approved fiscal bill 54-17, 8-0, and fiscal bill 54-18, 8-0. That's it.
All righty. Are there any questions for Chair Millington? Seeing none, ORS committee report, Chair Wondon.
So I know you are all looking forward to me reading the numbers, but I don't have to. CRT and FAO do, but I don't. So I will not be reading those numbers. So good evening, everyone. This week's ORS made it through a lot of business. We only have 6 post-funding reviews in old business from next week, which is the lowest it's been in a long while. We made decisions on all the post-funding reviews. You can read above. It says heard earlier, but that's not right. And this week we had a short discussion about holidays and if there's any way for us to work around them better, which the answer is basically no. They have to be notified of their status on fiscal probation as soon as it happens. And the 4-week countdown starts then. We also discussed how we will deal with RSOs that should have 2 sanctions applied in a short period of time, and did make the decision that we'll be more lenient with the second sanction as to not overly punish an RSO for mistakes made in that short period of time. To address the sanction for FAO account 53180, the committee has made their decision. The judicial fiscal administrative decision appeal process exists for a reason, a route that I always notify RSOs of when sending out the notice that they have been sanctioned. If an RSO disagrees with the decision made by the ORS committee, they may contact the Chief Justice to set up an appeal through the judicial branch. I also want to thank Chair Holmes and Vice Chair Castellan for their help with trying to resolve the situation as cleanly as possible. They have been incredible. Also, before I yield to her, congratulations to Vice Chair Robbins for her appointment to the judicial branch. I'm going to miss her so much in 2 weeks when she leaves us. And with that, I yield to Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you so much for the well wishes. This is our last Scarlet Snapshots, so whoever tries to fill my shoes, good luck. So this week in ORS, snapshots were had because we once again had a meeting less than 2 hours. We had a movie ticket from one of the only recent Marvel movies that wasn't a complete dumpster fire, Shang-Chi. Ethan felt the need to send in a skeleton playing a trumpet and said that it's Spooktober. Moving on, we saw sad receipts from Senator Barrickman for the class that he was kicked out of, RIP, and the female rendition of Loki, as well as a local chair in his own romantic comedic state. Thank you, guys.
Ready? Are there any questions for Chairwoman? Chair Tillman?
Clarification that skeleton was supposed to signify the beginning of Spooktober. So happy Spooktober, ladies and gentlemen.
All righty. Are there any other questions for Chair Wanden? Seeing none, before I move to fiscal legislation, I am going to repeat again, while I love Senator Trainer and Senator Parmar greatly, they are the only 2 people with their cameras on. So I'm going to ask again that those on Zoom turn their camera on. Thank you, Senator Trainer. I saw the little like frog you got next to you. But please put your camera on. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. All righty. So what? Oh, Chair Millington.
I have a question for whoever can answer this. So for fiscal bill 5416, the one we just saw, it was approved in committee on the 27th. So in theory, it should be on this week's being read into the minutes, but I got thrown off because we just saw it. So should I put that in there? And is that okay since like we approved it on second reading before we did committee report?
Yeah, it's fine. Just make a motion to go back to your announcements, read it out, and then we'll go on.
Is there a motion to return to the approval of the agenda?
To be clear, you don't have to approve the agenda because those are minutes of announcements. So if she gives more announcements, we will just have more minutes.
Oh.
If you were going to see new business, we would need to add that to the agenda.
Okay.
But this is just recording what was said.
Yeah. Okay. Dealing McClellan.
Motion to go back to FAO announcements.
There's been a motion to go back to FAO announcements. Any objections? Seeing none, Chair Millington.
Yeah, so we also approved fiscal bill 5416, 6-0 in committee. That's it.
All righty. We are now in fiscal legislation. Notice legislation on first reading, bills, fiscal bill 5419, funding for Ross Rampage to host Ross Rampage at Lyman High School on January 28th, 2023 is remanded to FAO. And fiscal bill 5420, funding for 20 students from the Pre-Dental Student Association travel to the spring 2023 Panama service trip in Panama from March 12th, 2023 to March 19th, 2023 is remanded to CRT. Notice legislation on third reading, none. Notice legislation on second reading. Do I have a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Tupman.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, 15-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, 15-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Fiscal Bill 5414, funding for 22 members of the Aerospace Engineers for Research and Outreach travel to the AIAA SciTech in National Harbor, Maryland from January 23rd to January 27th. Chair Borges.
The RSO representative, I believe, was kicked out of the Zoom during the recess. So move to table fiscal 54. Oh, never mind, you're here. I yield to the RSO representative.
All righty, 5 minutes whenever the representative is ready.
Okay, just give me 1 second.
Brody, I believe the presentation's in the drive if you wanted to present it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I can pull it up. I think I can pull it up.
I'm happy to pull it up, but I'm also happy to let Rachel share her screen with it.
I'm just getting to the drive.
Feeling McClellan.
Just to be clear about what we're gonna be doing, we're gonna be going through all of these on second reading. And then we're gonna go to reapproval of the agenda and see it on third reading and phone, right? Is that the process we should take?
More than likely, but prioritizing the ones that need to be seen soon. All right.
Okay, it's up. Okay. Hi, I'm Rachel. I am part of Aerospace Engineers for Research and Outreach, and we are seeking funding for, I believe, 21 members. I believe the bill is updated of our club to go to AIAA SciTech, a conference at the very beginning of 2023. So it's just kind of an overview of what the conference is and like what we do. So a quick breakdown, we're founded in 2018. And we are mainly focused in the mechanical and aerospace engineering department. A lot of what we do is to promote collaboration between undergraduate students and graduate students that are interested in research, to help them learn about conducting research and then also learn about grad school. We also do a couple of outreach initiatives every year that are a lot of fun. So then on the pictures on the right, the top ones are us at conferences, both presenting and exploring. And then the bottom one are different outreach events we've done in the past. So that's just an overview of the club. And then we are seeking funding to go to AIAA SciTech. It is a conference specifically for aerospace engineering. It's technically the world's largest event for aerospace research. About 5,000 people go every year, and it's supported by Lockheed Martin and Boeing. So it's a pretty big and well-supported conference for networking and funding and learning about what's going on in the community. And then here is a picture of our group at the last SciTech that was in San Diego. So it is an every year thing. And we usually like to have a pretty good turnout. Here's a quick idea of the program. So the conference, we are seeking funding from Sunday through Friday. The conference is Monday through Friday. And this is just a program for Tuesday. So there's technical lectures, there's panels, there's workshops. So you have a lot of options to network and then also present and then also just learn other information. So that's that. And then here's a breakdown of our group presenting. So we're seeking funding for 21 people to go. Out of that, 15 people are presenting and 6 people are attending. And in that, for the graduate and undergraduate student breakdown, it's 14-7. So some of the grad students, I believe 10 grad students are presenting and 5 undergraduate students. So there's a mix of presenters and non-presenters and then grad students and undergraduate students. But here's a breakdown of how the presentations are going to go. I believe there are 18 presentations listed here, but we do have presentations throughout the entire week, which is why we're seeking to go the entire time. So that's just a breakdown of the group. And then here's a breakdown of the flight. So when we submitted initially for the flight, I believe when we actually submitted, it was 286. I believe this quote we altered. So it's a little bit different because I believe we're now requesting 375 for 21 flights. So it does increase it a little bit, but that should be on the bill itself. And yeah, we're just trying to get from here to DC. Here's our hotel. The nightly rate is $337. The conference rate gives us the hotel for $256 a night. Most of the hotels in the area are around $246, so it's not a considerable difference to stay at the conference. And with it being downtown, and just having the ease of being at the conference has been really beneficial in the past. So between all of that, we are seeking 5 nights for 7 rooms. I did mention there's 21 people going. I believe there are 5 girls going. So then to follow UCF policy, we do end up needing 7 rooms. And so that's putting it right a little over 10 grand after sales tax and the cost of the rooms. So that's a breakdown of that. And then the registration is $200 or about $200 per member. it doesn't change whether it's early member or like, or whether it's grad student or undergraduate student, and the early member fees are good until January 6th. So we should be fine to like achieve funding by that day, or like if it does go through, we would have plenty of time to get the undergraduate or get the early member rate. So then all in all, this I believe is also slightly different. I think it might have went up 1 or 2,000. So the total is sitting right around 22,000, and the Senate contribution I believe is be right around 11 or right over 11,000. Per student, this does break down to a little bit over 1,000 a student. So we're just hoping to help mitigate some of those costs. Most of the students are required to go because they are presenting, and then the other students still want to go, and we are working on additional funding for whatever is not covered by Senate, and if not, they'll be paying out of pocket to finish the rest of it. So that's a breakdown of the cost, and I think that's it. Do you guys have any questions, or do I don't know if I ran out of time or not, but yeah.
You're good. You're good. Thank you.
No problem.
Alrighty, we've now entered a period of questioning. All of the questions, please raise your hand. Senator Berkman.
The period between January 23rd and 27th, it seems like it represents 4 nights. Is that accurate?
Yes, but we would get there Sunday night, or we get there Sunday. So it's 5 nights because we have presentations starting Monday morning.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I want to do Vice Chair Robbins and Chair Tillman.
Thank you for coming on Zoom to present. We appreciate that. And my question is just, you mentioned being able to fund like the rest of it out of pocket. How would you guys plan on doing that?
So the conference has a diversity fellowship. So some of the people who are eligible for that would apply for that scholarship, and that scholarship would cover the remaining funds. I believe it's $400, so that they would cover most of it for them. A lot of the students who are graduate students, we would probably apply for, or are planning to apply for, the graduate presentation fellowship, which would also cover the other half of what would be remaining. And then everything else would just be out of pocket. A lot of us are under graduate research contracts, so we would just be funding it personally, I guess, because we have to go anyway. So yeah.
Chair Tillman.
2 questions, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Ms. Hidevig. Thank you for coming out tonight. Fantastic presentation. Are you aware of the post-funding procedures that are required by your RSO once you receive the award from this bill?
Yes, we went through a similar process a couple of months ago.
Excellent. And then just out of curiosity, can you give us a taste of what your research, like what some of your presenters' research is about?
Yeah, so we, a lot of people working here or going to the conference work in a propulsion lab at UCF. So a lot of the research is focused on like combustion or like rocket engines or gas turbine engines. So it's all propulsion related, and a lot of it's engine based.
Alrighty, are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Berkman.
Just again on the days and travel time, I guess with the opposite question now. Have you gone over the travel time from the National Harbor to DCA, and from your 10 a.m. presentation to making it to the airport prior to a 1:45 flight?
Yeah, the flight I listed, I think the one I listed here, that one was an example. There are other flights available, but that was just one I found at the time that was like roughly in the middle or like on the lower side of the cost. So there is a chance that we wouldn't take that exact flight, but we would be able to get there in time. So we'll account for that when we actually go to buy the flights.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions, Chair Boris?
Yeah, sorry. I know we met a few hours ago. I just wanted to confirm, the different flight requests. The know in committee, we had it at 375 per person. That decrease, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, we did do that.
All right, are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, I will take a motion of first, Senator Moll.
Yeah, present and voting, and I've been in here since 7. I put something in the chat at 7:06. So I'm not sure why I was marked as here.
Mark it, I guess. Moving along, I'll take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
To the motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Robbins.
This seems really great. I mean, she had a wonderful presentation, lots of details, very excited about her work and answered all of our questions perfectly. So let's vote in favor.
Chair Temple.
I'm gonna also vote in favor of this bill. Like the fact that they are gonna be going up to Maryland to show off propulsion research is just fascinating to me. And seeing as we are literally less than an hour from Cape Canaveral, I find it really pertinent that we improve our rocket proficiency. So I love to see it.
Alrighty, I'm gonna see Chair Wanjin's amendment as a technical. Chair Wan.
Yeah, echoing all the same things everyone else said, and their verification versus this form was beautiful last time. So I don't have any doubt that they will do the post-funding process properly.
Alrighty, we've heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any speeches against? Or not against, but Chair Wars?
Sorry, I know I'm the CRT chair, but I'm exhausted. Could someone from CRT confirm with me that we increased lodging to 375 in committee as a buffer? Someone remember? Travel, I mean, sorry. Someone confirmed.
Dealer McClellan.
Yeah, we did. And I was about to ask about that because I remember you asked a question saying it decreased. We did increase it to 375 as a buffer though.
Okay. Does anything need to be changed to the wording or anything? Okay. All right, we'll take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5414. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty. Okay. With a vote count of 29 to 0 to 0, fiscal bill 5414 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, moving along, fiscal bill 5415, funding. Let's see. Funding for 6 members of moot court at UCF to travel to the Eastern Michigan Regional Tournament in, not even gonna try, Michigan from November 19th to November 20th, 2023 or 2022.
22.
22. Okay, it says 2023 on the actual page. D-Leg McClellan.
I yield to the RSO.
Alrighty, RSO will have 5 minutes whenever they're ready.
Thank you. Let me pull up the slides and I should be ready just a couple of seconds. Thank you. Can y'all see this?
Good.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you all for receiving me this evening. I have taken time to step out of the moot court class that meets exactly at this time to meet with you, and I appreciate all of your time and effort to see our bill today, which was thankfully expedited through thanks to the work of Ryan McClellan and Chair Borges. We're asking for funding for the Eastern Michigan Regional Tournament at Ypsilanti, Michigan. I know that Ypsilanti might be a difficult word, but I appreciate you sticking with me. A little bit about us. This is our professor, Jason Fiesta. In case any of you ever want to join MootCorp, feel free to contact him. It's me. Hello. I've been a part of the team for 3 years. Last year, I had the opportunity of making it to the round of 16 at nationals, and I'm currently ranked as the number 10th competitor in the United States. And I wanted to show you these wonderful individuals right here. These are a large portion of the individuals that are going to the regional tournament in Ypsilanti. We also have Scott Buxbaum, which I know a number of you might know, and as well as another student that's traveling with us. The moot court competition is divided up in 3 separate sections. The first section is pretty simple to understand. It's scrimmages or invitationals. These tournaments are invite only, and they're throughout the season. Luckily, we've had the opportunity of collaborating with a couple of universities already. Touch on that in a second. The important part here, though, and what we're asking funding for is the regional tournaments. I'll cover soon how we choose what tournaments we go to, but ultimately, if everything goes well, those tournaments would lead us to the national tournament. As far as our achievements, we've achieved top spots in regional tournaments every single year. Last year, we won one of our tournaments, first and second place at the University of Chicago. We've had continued representation at nationals, having sent at least 3 teams to nationals for the past 5 years. Last year, we were able to send 4 teams and 5 actually qualified. One decided not to go. We've had continued collaboration with universities across the country, not just any universities, top universities like Yale University, Duke, University of Chicago. So we've been very fortunate in that sense. Here are a couple of our social media posts that the College of Community Innovation and Education has made for us, not only for nationals, but for our win at the Chicago tournament. So how do we select what tournaments we go to and who we send? There's a total of 16 tournaments currently for this year. Each team gets an opportunity to select their preference, what tournament they wish to go to. What happened here is, well, most of our eligible teams, which you saw earlier, chose the Michigan tournament, which is why we decided to go with a bill that will ultimately help us get more funding from CCIE. Let's talk about that funding, shall we? The funding breakdown. Last we spoke, the flight price was $2,568. Now it has skyrocketed to $4,004 for 6 individuals, which is an astronomical amount. A couple notes here. We have the CCIE and the Legal Studies Department has been gracious enough to cover the difference. So no amendments are required right now for our bill. Some additional details. We fly out November 18th. You might notice that the competition starts November 19th and ends the 20th. And we fly out the day after. The reason why we fly out a day before is because we want to make sure that our competitors are well rested and they don't miss anything. Excuse me, did you say, and was anything said? I'm not sure if I heard something.
No, but you have a minute left now.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I should be done by then. Our travel and lodging should be exactly the same, $1,888.10, 3 rooms for 6 competitors. Our registration fee is a total of $450, $150 per team for 3 teams. I'm happy to talk more in detail about each of these factors and our decision-making process. But for now, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
All righty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. Chair Boris.
Confirm you're flying out November 18th and flying back to Orlando November 20th.
Allow me to double check the numbers just to make sure I'm good. I believe that is true. We're flying out the 18th, excuse me.
Chair Boris.
Do you want to see my amendment as a technical then?
Yeah, I'll see it in a second. Oh, I'll see both amendments as technicals, Dealer McClellan and Chair Boris. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Vice Chair Harrell.
Can you go over the travel cost as well, just so we get the numbers correct in the actual bill?
Yes, of course. So do you mind if I share my screen again? Is that okay?
Go for it.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I get everything right. go. Put it here. Okay, so the total number now is $4,004 for 6 individuals traveling to Ypsilanti, Michigan. The current fare is main cabin, nothing special, and that should be a difference of, if I'm doing my math right, which I'm planning to be an attorney, so that should be hard, about $1,472 difference. I can go more in detail if you'd like.
Eli McClellan.
It also says Senate contribution remains the same. So on the bill, you're still requesting the same $2,568, or are you upping it to $4,004?
Yes, thank you for that question. We're keeping the amount that we're requesting from Senate the same. We spoke with our accountant at CCIE, as well as our financial representatives at the Legal Studies Department, and they told us that the process can remain the same and that they'll cover the difference, no problem.
Eli McClellan.
I'm going to clarify that for the Senate. That means the bill does not need to change to $4,004 for the travel cost.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, I will take a motion. Pro Tem Foster.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Chair Boris.
Yeah, so at first I was kind of concerned with the timeline, and then I saw it was Jan, and then on top of that, Daily McClellan did contact the business office, and I feel pretty comfortable after speaking with everyone. That the timeline was fine, even though it's pretty close. It's fine. So I'll be voting in favor of it. Of course, with these proposed amendments, which I don't believe were supposed to happen. I'm not sure. We'll see that, I guess.
Chair Wangin.
So the Senate contribution doesn't change, but the total cost of the bill does. So we do have to up the travel cost and the total cost and then their contribution in order to accurately reflect the numbers we've been given. So no, the Senate contribution doesn't change, and for all intents and purposes, nothing changes, but we have different quotes, so we have to fix the numbers.
Vice Chair Becerra.
President voting.
So noted at 8:58 PM. We are still in debate. I guess I'll ask Chair Wangin just to clarify. So this doesn't really change the bill at all. This is just fixing the numbers that are on.
Yeah, this is changing it to match the numbers that they gave us. Because if you check Title 8, it says like the Senate contribution will be no more than 50% unless the RSO requests less. The RSO is requesting less basically here, by saying that the Senate contribution doesn't need to change.
Okay. So I can see those as technical. If you'd like to. Okay, I'll see them as technicals. Pro Tem Foster.
Oh, I'm just going to debate very quickly. I was going to say I didn't know how competitive our moot court team was here. So it's actually pretty impressive to see, and the fact that they get to travel, be able to do that is really great. And I think, having a team go all the way out to Michigan to represent UCF, seeing as they're super, super competitive, is a really good look for the school. I'll be voting in favor for it, and I encourage everybody else to as well.
Chair Temple.
May I retain?
You may.
Right. So of course, it's Jan. I worked with him when he was the former Attorney General back in the 53rd session and last year. And I have full faith and confidence that he has everything under control, as well as Eli McClellan. And in general, I love to see moot court destroy other universities in Ypsilanti. So let's see this through. With that, move to vote on Fiscal Bill 5415.
All right, there's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5415. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. All right, with a vote count of 30-0, Fiscal Bill 5415 passes favorably on second reading. Moving along, fiscal bill 5417, funding for Knight's experimental rocketry to build a rocket for the high power rocketry workshop in Palm Bay, Florida on December 17th, 2022. Chair Wonjin.
I yield to the RSO representative.
Right, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you all for having me. Knights Experimental Rocketry is a student organization that designs, builds, and flies experimental rockets and payloads for international competitions. We are seeking $1,200 about for a high power rocketry certification workshop. And I'll explain a little bit more about what that is in a second. All right, next slide, please. Located in Space University and so close to the Cape where there are rocket launches every single week. We believe that the aerospace industry and rocketry has inspired past generations, particularly here in Florida, and continues to inspire our students now and the future engineers of our society. So our club intends to take this interest and cultivate our passions for science, technology, and space exploration. In addition to that, designing and building high-power rockets and payloads provides our students with a unique set of skills that are transferable to the professional industry and helps our students get jobs with their dream companies. Our group has existed for a couple of years. Our RSO was founded just last year. We've designed and built many high-power rockets throughout the years. Last year was our biggest year competing in California and in New Mexico. Next one, please. Our high-power rocketry certification workshop is with the Tripoli Rocket Association, where students design and build their own rockets with a high-power motor. They launch it, they recover it, and if they are successful, they receive a certification that proves that they have the experience and the capability to build higher power and more advanced rockets. Our workshop plans to get 40 students certified, and we've done this a couple times before and have about 46 students certified already. Our funds will be distributed. Some of the materials are expensive and they are shared amongst the students who each launch their own rockets. So they are distributed. 32% of the materials will go to the individual and they will keep at the end of the workshop. And the rest of the materials will be shared amongst the students as they launch it. And we also support more advanced high power rockets that require lots of electronics, like altimeters and GPS systems as well. Thank you.
Righty, we are now in line for questioning. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Burns.
I know we already asked this, but do you anticipate the prices going up at all?
We will anticipate some inflation, but we'll be able to cover it.
Senator Kira.
This is out of curiosity, but how do you name the rockets? Because I saw some of them up there were interesting.
Some of them are based on the memes that are popular.
Hello. How do you plan to cover the rest of the costs for this trip? Like on your end?
Right. We charge our students about $30 of fees to gain access to all of the materials to design and build rockets for level 1s, 2s, and 3s, as well as materials that we use to help teach them educational material. For their $30 fee, they get access to about $200 worth of supplies. Normal universities commonly do this and they buy rocket kits, but with our support of the Innovation Lab, laser cutters, and 3D printers, we really cut that price down, also with the help of Senate.
Chair Tomlin.
Hello. Are you aware of the post-funding procedures your RSO must undergo once you are awarded this bill?
Yes.
Chair Burns.
I know someone might be wondering, so I'll just ask. Obviously, you can get more money through an allocation. Why didn't you choose an allocation?
We chose to use a bill because we have plans for a $1 per foot liquid bipropulsion rocket that won't have a matching contribution, so we are saving our FAO allocation for that project.
All right, are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, I will take a motion. Chair Morris.
Move to debate.
There's no motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. I'm gonna go Chair Millington, Chair Morris.
I'll be speaking highly in favor of this fiscal bill. The RSO came to committee very prepared with a great Excel list. Everything was clear, all the numbers add up, and it's a great opportunity. So I urge everybody to vote in favor.
Chair Morris.
Yeah, I want to start with saying I love working with Daniel. Very communicative, very good at making sure everything is perfect when it's submitted and in committee, very easy to look at. So it makes our job so much easier. So thank you. I think we should really fund this. I'll be voting in favor.
Chair Motion.
This is another one where the verification of purchase forms are very easy and make my job a lot less difficult. So I'll be voting in favor.
Alrighty, we have heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any speeches against? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on fiscal bill 5417.
There's been a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5417. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty, with a vote count of 31 to 0, fiscal bill 5417 passes favorably on second reading.
Thank you.
Alrighty, fiscal bill 5418, funding for Knight's experimental rocketry to build a rocket for the NASA Student Launch Initiative in Huntsville, Alabama on April 12th, 2023. Chair Washington.
I yield to the RSO representative.
All right, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
All right.
Hello, everybody. My name is Emilio Pereira. I'm the payloads manager for KXR's NASA Student Launch Initiative. Today, the total project cost will be $6,000.94, and we will be requesting $3,000. For the sake of time, I do request that we skip these 2 slides. So the NASA Student Launch Competition is a 4,000 to 6,000 feet class altitude competition. It's located in Huntsville, Alabama. It'll be taking place in April 12th, 2023, with 50 students participating. Our goal is to reach a target goal of 5,000 feet, deploy a payload, render high-quality imagery, and develop new research opportunities for students by developing new payload deployment methods. Can you go back real quick? It is important to mention the caliber of this competition. We will be competing with schools such as UC Berkeley, UC Davis, MIT, Georgia Tech, University of Florida, Cal Poly, and the military, Naval Academy, and the Air Force Academy. So the price will be distributed across three subsystems. It'll be payloads, which will demand $2,429.01, propulsion, which demands $1,020.95, and aerostructures or vehicle design, which demands $2,550.98, for a grand total of $6,000.94. Here's the actual design of our rocket. You can see each subsystem divided by the actual open rocket design. We use this to simulate rocket flight, and we also use it to get a good gauge of how many materials we need. Our matching contribution will be through the NASA Florida Space Grant Consortium, as well as donations, club dues, and just fundraising events in general. Thank you for your time.
All right, we are now in line for questioning. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Gonna wait for at least a question. Vice Chair Robbins.
What are you most excited about for this trip?
Honestly, just our team, it's very committed. A lot of people here are new to rocketry, but they're all super committed to it. We're hosting workshops. Everyone who's really focused on their own skill is sharing with the other people. And then having everyone come together to actually go on the trip and launch this rocket that we're building from scratch is just amazing.
Chair Taché.
Present and voting.
So noted at 9:10 p.m. Senator Shalom.
Just out of curiosity, is there, I'm sorry, just out of curiosity, is there, given past competitions or past events, is there a ranking of the university here or your RSO versus the other universities or other teams competing?
So this will be UCF's first year competing in the NASA Student Launch Competition. However, we have competed in other 5,000 class feet competitions such as FAR, which we took first, second, and third place in.
Chair Temple?
Bit of a silly question, but do you intend on naming this rocket? And if so, what do you have in mind?
As the payloads manager, our team decided to name our payloads the pill. So we lovingly decided to name the rocket the doctor to deliver said pill.
Chair Wangin?
How many students are on the team building this rocket?
Roughly 50.
All right, are there any more questions? Senator Schiller?
Are all 50 going to be in Huntsville, Alabama for the competition, or is it just going to be a select number?
A select number.
Chair Boris?
I know a lot of times you guys use CRT and FAO. Do you plan on using CRT for any of those?
I believe you do.
All righty, are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, I will take a motion. Senator Schiller?
Motion to move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Senator Kiro.
This is really cool. I love seeing what you guys are doing, and I hope you guys like succeed. So I'm gonna vote in favor.
I'm gonna go Ali Almanchili, then Senator Berkman.
I really, really like what y'all are doing, because when I was a kid, I used to be very interested in this type of stuff myself, and I used to learn about what happened in Huntsville, Alabama. They have a rich legacy of rocketry there with Wernher von Braun and the Marshall Space Flight Center. The rockets they built there helped in landing men on the moon, and that is cool stuff. And I'm pretty sure that the Knights experimental rocketry will contribute meaningfully in Alabama and basically better the field of rocketry. And I think that is very cool, and it's what I would have pursued if I didn't pursue health sciences. And I'm going to vote in favor, and I highly recommend my fellow senators to vote in favor as well.
Senator Berkman?
Speaking of history, this school is a world-class institute of higher learning, and it was founded for this. So I will be voting highly in favor.
All righty, Chair Wangin.
May I direct a question to Brody?
You may.
Do we need that number in the amount that they've received? I know you said we did, but I'm questioning it.
So need is a strong word. I historically have recommended that we do that whenever we have two bills at the same time, just so that there is a record. Right, in this situation, probably doesn't matter very much, but there could be a situation where like one bill would put them over the cap, and if we weren't doing this, then we might not realize that the second bill put them over the cap if we didn't reflect it the first bill, if that makes sense. So for precedent, I like to do it, but like need to, probably not, because they haven't technically been allocated that money yet. So
Chair Boris?
May I also direct a question to Brody? So obviously, I don't believe President Lopez would veto this, but for example, if she were to veto this, would it then be inaccurate if we did that?
that's fair. I think like similarly, once the first bill had been signed, then the second bill would be inaccurate, as Dr. Frame was between sign, like, so like, yes, but I don't know. Yeah.
Chair Boris?
Follow up for me? I don't know if I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. Would it be possible to add in that whereas clause pending signature from SDS Vice President?
You definitely could. I think you could do something like has received $0 or has received the amount pending enactment of 5417. I think that would be a reasonable kind of way to do that. I will say, like, I think you're right that you and I are like, we're all making it more complicated than it probably needs to be, but that's fine.
All right, I'm gonna see it as a technical, so dope. Okay, moving along, we're still in.
Sorry, just to be clear, all of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're still in debate. Chair Temple,
Motion, Mr. Speaker.
you may.
Move to vote on fiscal bill 5418.
There's a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5418. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Oh, it's on screen. Sorry. With a vote count of 28 to 0, fiscal bill 5418 passes favorably on second reading. All right. Moving along, I guess, Chair Borges.
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
There's a motion to return to the approval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Chair Borges.
Move to add fiscal bill 5414, 15, 16, 17, and 18 to fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on the third reading bills.
Alrighty, there's been a motion to move the fiscal bills to third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Borges.
Move to reapprove the agenda.
There's a motion to reapprove the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Alrighty, is there a motion to return to notice of legislation on third reading? Alrighty, notice of legislation on third reading bills, fiscal bill 5414. Before we get to that, is there a motion for speech, question, debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute question, 2-minute debate.
There's
Open for amending.
There's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute question, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Fiscal bill 5414. Funding for 22 members of the aeronautical engineers for research and outreach, travel to the AIAA SciTech in the National Harbor, Maryland from January 22nd to January 27th. Chair Borges, 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
We just saw this. We should reapprove it again. I yield to questioning.
Alrighty, we are now in line for questioning. All those with questions. Pro Tem Foster.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Temple.
A motion?
You may.
Move to vote on fiscal bill 5414.
I'm gonna wait to hear debate first before we do that. Senator Becerra.
Like Chair Board has said, we all voted in favor of this. And then again, I also want to see the UCF team definitely compete against the top tier universities. So I'll be voting in favor.
Senator Berkman.
I'm from Maryland. This sounds really cool. I will be voting highly in favor.
Vice Chair Harrell.
Mayor Tain.
You may.
Yeah, we just approved this. I definitely think we should approve it again. And with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5414. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty, with a vote count of 34 to 0, fiscal bill 5414 passes on third reading. Moving along, fiscal bill 5415, funding for 6 members of moot court at UCF to travel to the Eastern Michigan Regional Tournament in, I'm going to try it, Ypsilanti, Michigan from November 19th to November 20th. DeYoung McClellan, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Hello, so we have just approved this. We are seeing this on third reading tonight as well because the timeline is very close. both the accountants and the RSO are waiting in anticipation to see this pass so that they can use this as leverage to make sure they can get the rest of the funding that they need. So with that, I will yield to questions. Please vote in favor.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questioning. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Robbins.
Let's finish this up. We just approved it. Move to vote, or may I retain?
You may not. Senator Shalom.
We've seen Jan multiple times in CRT, and they've always had everything prepared. They've done a very good job at making sure that they have all their documentation, everything submitted in time, given that the timeline is short and that they are trying to finish this up. I will be voting in favor.
All right. Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Dr. Robbins.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5415. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty, with a vote count of 30 to 0, fiscal bill 5415 passes favorably on third reading. Fiscal bill 5416, funding for Baja International to build a vehicle for Baja SAE Oshkosh in Oshkosh, Wisconsin on May 4th, 2023. Senator Parmar, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I believe this bill was seen, but I will yield my time to the others. So,
if you want to speak.
Just want to thank you guys for approving us on the second motion. I hope you approve me for the third motion. One thing I have to bring up, Baja International at UCF is a 50-year tradition. We were one of the first teams to go to a Baja competition, and there were times in which UCF hosted these competitions. And I've heard many stories of us bringing 2 cars to competition, taking both first and second place. And we're poised to start doing that again. Last year, we ranked 19th overall with a vehicle that wasn't designed properly to our parameters. This year, we have a lot more research and a lot more capabilities. So I believe we will be a top 10 team at this competition. And next year, who knows, we might take first. Thank you.
All righty, we are now in line for questioning. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Keelan Clone.
Out of curiosity, what happened with last year's car that made it the way it was?
Very interesting story. So we had a design issue early on. When we went to our Tennessee competition, our suspension points were in the completely wrong locations. So it was a complete error on the part of the computer integration of it when we were designing the vehicle in CAD, which is computer aided design. Between Tennessee and Rochester, we spent every day for 2 weeks at shop until 2 in the morning, completely redesigning the suspension of the vehicle, shopping, rewelding, and recertifying our vehicle for Rochester. So in doing that, we ended up second place overall in sled pull. We ended up being the first team to complete the suspension and traction event, winning a $700 prize from Fox Shocks. They do trucks and mountain bikes. So those were the issues with that vehicle. And in the endurance race at Rochester, our CVT is about 3 years old. And the CVT is the power delivery system. It's the transmission. It's 3 years old. They tried to save money last year by not purchasing a new one, and it exploded. So that's one thing that we need the money for, is to buy a new CVT. But obviously with a brand new CVT, tuned weights would not only be faster, but significantly more reliable. So if we were to complete a few more laps in that endurance race, we would have went from 19th place to 12th place overall.
Senator Schiller.
This is out of curiosity. I don't know how to phrase this, so I apologize if this comes off as a bit patronizing, but I definitely don't mean it that way. Is there confidence that you can take the top spot this year?
Absolutely.
Pro Tem Foster.
So how do you decide who gets to drive the car during the race?
Everybody on my team gets to drive the vehicle when we're testing or when we're here at shop. It's actually very important to me that new members understand the gravity of the project, and in doing the actual driving of the vehicle, they understand why we suffer so much to create this project every year. So the competitions are divided into multiple events. Typically for acceleration, I go with my lightest driver. For sled pull, I go with my heaviest driver. For endurance, I put in the driver that has the most seat time. And of all the drivers that have the most seat time, I go with the lightest one, obviously. So we could get lap times really low and lap counts very high. There are a bunch of smaller events, obviously. The brake check event, my brakes lead drives that every time because it's their system, they designed it. Last year we had about 4 drivers for competition. This year I want to max it out about 8 to 10, which is the max that SAE will allow you to have for a competition. I want to give all of my drivers and all of my teammates the opportunity to prove themselves on the track.
Alrighty, are there any other questions? Chair Wangin?
Move to debate.
There's an motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Senator Domino.
Hi, I don't speak car, so everything of what you say kind of went over my head. But what I will say is that the passion that you have for what you do, your entire team that came out and you brought us a visual as well, along with your well laid out bill. I don't see any reason why we can't approve this and send you guys off to that competition. So with that, will be voting highly in favor of this.
Senator Shalom.
So I've spent my whole life around cars. My father's a mechanic, so I've been involved with building and breaking down cars for my whole life. I saw a lot of your sponsors that you guys have, and I know a lot of those are industry top sponsors. And so that definitely speaks to the credibility of the team. So I'll definitely be voting in favor on third reading.
Chair Millington.
I'll also be speaking highly in favor. The RSO had their information super organized and concise, which was nice. It's an amazing opportunity. And they also carried a car down the stairs. So I think that's worth something, but I urge everybody to vote in favor.
Alrighty, we've heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any speeches in negation? Seeing none, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on fiscal bill 5416.
There's a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5416. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now. The vote counted 27 to 0. Fiscal bill 5416 passes favorably on third reading.
Thank you.
Fiscal bill 5417, funding for Knights experimental rocketry to build a rocket for the high power rocketry workshop in Palm Bay, Florida, on December 17th. Chair Wangin, 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Felix McClellan has had his hand up on like a one.
Felix McClellan.
Might I make a motion to see 5417 and 5418 as a block?
There's been a motion to see fiscal bill 5417 and 5418 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Wangin, 5 minutes. When you're ready.
So unless the RSO representatives object to me not saying anything, okay. I will yield to questioning because we've already done this and they agree.
Alrighty, we are now in a period of questioning. All those questions, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Hurl.
Sorry, is there any way we can watch the because wait, hold on, let me make sure I'm thinking. This is the rocket launcher. Right? Yeah, is there anywhere we could watch it after it happens?
Yeah, they have live streams during the event.
that we go to. We also have plenty of rocket footage that we like to collect while we're there too, and we often post it on our YouTube account, Knights Experimental Rocketry.
All right, are there any other questions? Senator Kira?
Mayor Retain.
Any questioning? Sure.
Wait, what?
We're in a period of questioning.
Yeah,
Do you have a question?
yeah.
Yeah. that's it,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. How do you guys like clean up after like the rocket goes and like what do you know?
It's supposed to land via parachute close by, but sometimes it requires a couple miles trek and to dig up the rocket when the parachute does not deploy. And I had a nice trek in the Mojave Desert this summer for one of our 3 rockets that did not have a parachute deploy.
Dang. Senator Shalala?
So this is out of curiosity, but you mentioned that the competition is from 4,000 to 6,000 feet. Is there a reason why you're aiming for 5,000 feet?
Well, we can do anything within that range, but we have a predicted altitude of 5,000 feet. And if we're within that, if we're close to 5,000 feet, we get extra points for the competition.
All right, are there any other questions? Feeling inclined?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm gonna go Senator Becerra, then Chair Temple.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in favor of both of the bills. Definitely have confidence again in both of these teams. They seem to be well prepared, so I'll be voting in favor.
I'll also be speaking in favor of both these bills, not the least bit because they are advancing our university's profile of being the space university, but also because they name their rockets extremely fine names. So good job, you guys.
Are there any other senators wishing to speak in debate? If not, I'll take a motion. Chair Wanjin,
Mayor Retain.
you may.
KXR is amazing. Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote on the block fiscal bill 5417 and 5418. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty, with a vote count of 28 to 0, fiscal bill 5417 and 5418 passed favorably on third reading. Notice legislation on third reading, resolutions none, special acts none, internal committee caucus time none, internal committee reports, ENA committee, Chair Gill.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're all doing well and happy spooky season since we're officially in October. We passed internal bill 5417 with a vote count of 5 to 0. We took our time and had great conversation about Title VI in general. So the committee really backs up this internal bill. And we also ended our committee talking about favorite movie theater snacks and movies, which was a fun conversation. Also, I've added in the minutes that we also did talk to DeLay McClellan and Chair Urea, as well as Attorney General Moore about a statutes crash course for fall retreat. So we'll be working on that, hopefully starting next week. I'll yield the rest of my time to questions.
All right, are there any questions for Chair Gill? Seeing none, GAP committee report, Chair Temple.
Hello there, Senate, or should I say magandang gabi because it is Filipino Heritage Month. I'm so happy. I hope everybody wasn't shaken or stirred from the hurricane, but also happy Spooktober to kind of jump on the whole bandwagon that Chair Gill is sitting about. GAP was not able to break into its subcommittees this week, unfortunately, but we did have a very healthy and very lively discussion about Resolution 5412, which was passed with a unanimous vote of 13 to 0. Next week, we will continue those in subcommittees, but as a reminder, the date to be registered to vote for the general election is the 11th of October, which is next Tuesday. So I would highly recommend everybody start register to vote now or at some point between now and then. But also one more thing, please fill out the SGLC mentor form if you are interested in taking an SGLC under your wing. It is an amazing, gratifying, just very fun time all around. If you do have any questions about how to go about finding that form, filling it out, or being a mentor, reach out to Ayala Young Chile or any of the senators who have been SGLCers in the past. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none, LJR committee report, Chair Uran.
Hey everyone, hope you all stayed safe over the hurricane. Speaking of the hurricane, the committee has agreed to adopt a more lenient approach on absence requests caused by the storm. So if you need to be excused, please send those requests in. Also this week, we went over Title 12 and approved 1 absence and 1 blanket excuse. I left the voting records in the minutes. And then we also talked to ENA Chair Gill, D-Leg McClellan, and AG Moore on the statutes crash course.
All right, are there any questions for Chair Uran? Seeing none, SBA committee report, Vice Chair Trainer.
Hello, everybody. So today in SBA, we were just working on our feedback and idea forms, which we finally completed today. Super excited about that. We'll be working on getting QR codes out for online. We also worked with Kira, shout out Kira, for working on the SBA's goals with his internal advocacy pamphlet. And lastly, we finalized all this with Director Turner and Brody. Other than that, super excited.
Are there any questions for Vice Chair Trainer? Seeing none, confirmations, none, internal legislation, notice legislation on first reading, constitutional amendments, none, bills, internal bill 5424, updates to title, I know it, Title 9. I don't know Roman numerals. Updates to Title 9, adding document censures, may reference Senator Mole remanded to LJR. Internal bill 5425, updates Title 3, reapportionment of Senate seats, Senator Mole, remanded to LJR, and then internal bill 5426, updates to Title 11, adding a non-discrimination clause to the General Code of Ethics, Senator Mole, remanded to LJR. Resolutions none, proclamations none, special acts none. Notice legislation on third reading, constitutional amendments none, bills. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Vice Chair Burrell.
Move for 5-minute question. 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Alrighty, bills, internal bill 5423, updates to Title 6, aligning declaration candidacy periods. Chair Wanjin, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Hey guys, I feel like I've spoken on this bill 1,000 times, but yeah, I'm doing it again. And because I know I'll be asked to describe it anyways, I will actually speak on it. Yeah, this is aligning declaration of candidacy periods. The period has been moved from my original 3 weeks to 4 weeks, which I will clarify that the declaration of candidacy period, 4 weeks means 4 weeks before the election is the week of declaration of candidacy. So in order for senators to be on the ballot or presidential candidates to be on the ballot, they will have to declare candidacy for the week that is 4 weeks before the election. So if you think that's a problem, feel free to mention that. I know I do. But yeah, that's basically what it does. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Senator Berkman.
As someone that was appointed and confirmed to Senate, is that enough time? How does that process play out?
So could I clarify enough time for Senate or presidential?
Either, both?
So this lengthens the senatorial campaign period by 2 weeks, which since it's lengthening, it would be enough time for senators. President Lopez did say in ENA that she thought 4 weeks would be enough time for the presidential candidates. I will say presidential candidates like to do this weird thing where they don't actually declare candidacy until the end of the week where they're allowed to. So technically presidential candidates probably have less time to campaign than senatorial candidates do. But that's kind of on them if they do that. But yeah, as far as I know, that should be enough time.
All right, are there any other questions for Chair Wondren? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Chair Temple? There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Senator Becerra.
I'll be voting in favor. I know we're in third reading. I already agreed with them in the past. I know this is important, so I encourage you all to vote in favor as well.
Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Chair Temple?
Everything.
No.
But yeah, I will be voting in favor of this piece of legislation. It seems to be very sensible, and I trust Chair Wondren as the former ENA chair for the 53rd session. So I have full faith and confidence that the thought put into this legislation would be more than sufficient to fix this.
Chair Wondren?
I'll be voting against this legislation as I did on second reading. I don't think that making this 4 weeks ahead of the election makes sense, as it makes it harder for people to learn about the election and actually declare candidacy. Having it be 4 weeks ahead of time means that if they decide they want to run during any of the time after that 4 weeks before, means that they're a write-in candidate, which, like, nothing wrong with being a write-in candidate. I know a couple of people in here were, but it makes it much, much harder to actually get votes and makes it much more difficult to win an election, because you have to do campaigning completely where you have to get everyone to put your name down. And I don't know if there are any races where a write-in candidate actually beat someone on the ballot. So yeah, I'm very concerned about that and will not be voting in favor of this bill.
Alrighty, are there any other senators wishing to debate? Senator Berkman and Senator Schiller.
May I ask a question?
To
To Chair Wondren.
you may.
So as far as declaring candidacy, you're required to declare candidacy 4 weeks prior to the elections if this bill is passed?
So yes, declaration of candidacy is 1 week long. If you don't submit it within that 1 week, then you are a write-in candidate if you decide to fill out the write-in candidate form. The whole point of aligning the declaration of candidacy periods is to make sure that EC does not have to deal with those declaration of candidacy forms coming in while they are dealing with violation hearings for the presidential elections, because that's been a significant issue in the past. But yes, declaration of candidacy being 4 weeks ahead of the election means that week, if you don't declare candidacy, then you are a write-in candidate if you decide to say you want to run for election. And yeah.
Senator Berkman?
May I ask one more question?
I'll allow it.
So is there an effort to, for lack of a better word, advertise the election process prior to the declaration of candidacy? Because as we can all see, the chamber looks rather empty.
So that is the election commission's job. They're kind of they're not a branch of student government, but they are a piece of student government. It is their job to advertise elections. Basically, they run the election, they do everything surrounding that, because it'd be kind of biased for any of us to do it, since we'd be running. But yes, that theoretically, if the advertisement is done well, then I don't have any issues. But my problem is the fact that there were the 3 years prior to this there've been very bad advertisement. Most people didn't know the presidential election was happening until it was too late to declare actual candidacy and just be a write-in. And most senators only heard about it because, or not most, but a decent number of people who actually ran for Senate only heard about it because they heard about the presidential election. So yes. And also, if statutes are followed properly, then it will also be less of an issue, but it's one of those things where EC tends to slip through the cracks a lot. Last year was definitely not great. I came into the position of ENA chair as declaration of candidacy for the presidential election was ending. And basically so much advertisement had just not happened that it was nearly impossible for anyone who wasn't in SG already to know that the presidential declaration of candidacy period was happening.
Senator Schiller.
Personally, I believe that I'll be voting against this. I agree with Chair Wanjin that this doesn't seem necessary, and I've seen this in the past with several students who have, and several students who I've advised who have expressed interest in student government, who did not know that the period of candidacy, declaration of candidacy period had passed. And they knew at that time that they probably did not have a chance as a writing candidate. And I see that the alignment probably isn't necessary, but I do believe that there might be more needed on the part of the elections committee, if I may.
Pretty. Chair Gill.
Hi, so I will be speaking in favor, and I really hope that this chamber also favors this bill. ENA committee took a thorough time looking through this. We spoke with the President Lopez, who is affected by this, as well as the previous assistant supervisor of elections, as well as the supervisor of election and assistant supervisor of election for this time period. I think what I'm hearing a lot is just kind of fear about the declaration of candidacy period not being advertised, but not really too specific for this. While I understand the time period of 4 weeks is a long time, the reasoning behind that was this time period, extending it allows students who are not in SG a longer time to understand the presidential race. In committee, I really encourage you all, if you have time, to look back into the debate of the committee on 9/21 about this bill. It was an awesome committee time where we were able to dissect everything. I think that, the fear behind not reaching out to the student body, I can say that this chamber, I feel like is very passionate about advocating and getting to the body, that we can hold EC responsible and advertise better, because like Chair Wanjin said, the advertisements, honestly, probably for the last 5 years have not really been up to par with expectations. But ENA committee unanimously passed this, and I think that this is something that is advantageous for our body. And I really hope you guys all see that and understand that we did take a long time to go through this, and it has been remanded back to committee, and we have had multiple meetings with Brody and the people necessary. And we think that it is really important to pass. So I really encourage you all to pass this. And yeah, thank you.
Right. Chair Borges.
May I direct a question to Chair Gill about ENA's changes?
You may.
Okay, so I know from what I've heard from actual candidates is that grades drop a lot during the actual period with their campaigning. Is it true that your changes in ENA, your committee's changes, make that period longer, which could possibly lead to grades dropping even harder?
I don't think that's a question that I can that I can answer, because I've never been through the presidential race. I also have heard that, and that was a concern that we talked about and discussed. I don't know the effects of this. I just know that we as a ENA and as the people who oversaw this thought it would be more advantageous to do this than to not. If this is the case in the next session, and it's like, okay, this dramatically harmed students, then I think that's something that we should evaluate and look into. But as of now, we don't think that it would do that, just because it would allow students to kind of understand and prepare, especially people running that aren't SG agents. The issue with that is SG agents typically have an advantage of running because we kind of know how the election cycle goes. We kind of know what to expect. Whereas if you have a presidential candidate coming in that's not SG, if it was 3 weeks, they only have 3 weeks to try and understand the process, get funding, order t-shirts, whatever that they can do, because they might not be aware of what they can or cannot do, whereas SG agents are more aware. So while extending, I can see that impacting, but it's kind of more of like a safeguard right now to kind of help agents that are not within SG. But in terms of like predicting the future, if it would increase or decrease, I don't think that that's something that I can speak on. But I would really encourage you to speak to President Lopez about that, or yeah, I would encourage you to speak to her about that.
Ready. Gonna go Vice Chair Harrell. We have 25 seconds left.
Sorry, just a clarifying question. Is it going from 5 to 4, 3 to 4?
So basically, it is going down from 5 to 4. The original bill had said 3, which is why 3 is my amendment currently.
Alrighty, debate time has elapsed. We are now in voting procedures.
I'm sorry, was that questioning time that elapsed to go to debate, or was that debate time?
No, that was debate. Yeah, I let y'all ask questions. Yeah, we're in voting procedures. Time elapsed. Do you like McClellan?
We have to see the amendments on the bill first before we can go into voting on the bill.
No, we don't. An amendment hasn't been made. A suggestion on a document's been made, but an amendment has not been made.
Vice Chair Harrell.
Wait, so how does that work? Does it just get approved or denied or?
No, as far as what the Senate business has done, no one has suggested to the body to make a change officially. I would recommend, which like may or may not technically be within Robert's rules, but somebody could quickly make a motion to extend the amount of time for debate and go from there.
Is there a motion to extend debate by a minute? So moved. Chair Wanjin.
Move to see my amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Chair Wanjin's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Vice Chair Almenar, is that an objection?
No.
All right. So, Chair Wanjin.
So basically what this is doing is it's fixing it back to what I had originally proposed, which is 3 weeks for both presidential and senatorial elections, which is the best middle ground we can get without like basically making it impossible for people who don't know about Senate to really have a chance to run, because presidential tends to have more planning involved, whereas Senate you can kind of do on a whim. Yeah.
Alrighty, we're now in a period of questioning on the amendments. Chair Borges.
Just to confirm, former President Hall and former Vice President Wilson, they did communicate with you that their grades did drop as a result of having such a long presidential campaign period, correct?
I mean, theirs was also really intense because they actually had a campaign, unlike Lopez and Martinez. So yes.
Vice Chair Crow.
So are these amendments just like going back to like what was originally, why it was originally remanded to ENA? Is this all it like, I'm just confused. Are we trying to put it back to the original before it was remanded to ENA?
Yes, because that's the bill I introduced and the bill I support.
Ready? Do you like McClellan?
May I ask a clarification from Chair Gell?
You may.
What was the reasoning the ENA committee found for changing it to 4 weeks? Because I forget.
Yeah, so the ENA committee, I met with the assistant supervisor, previous assistant supervisor, and Brody, and we talked about this, and then meeting with Daniela and having her perspective come, the committee was able to have multiple perspectives coming in, Chair Wanjin's, Daniela's, student body, our own experiences, and we felt as a committee, after taking every opinion in, that this would be the best fit for the student body.
Follow up. Do you like McClellan?
To Chair Wanjin. Having it at 3 weeks shortens the amount of time to run the campaign, right?
Yes, it would.
Are there any other questions, Chair Boris?
So I feel like one of the big things I'm trying to get out of this is, do you think that as a result of the changes that ENA made, grades would be impacted more than the changes that you made?
I think that the changes that ENA made would make, it would still be a lesser impact on grades than the 5 weeks that are currently in statutes, but the 3 makes the most sense.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion since we never motioned for time. Deal McClellan.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, raise your hands. Chair Gill.
Yeah, so the reason why this was remanded from 3 weeks back to committee is because the committee really wanted to take into the perspectives of everything. While I really understand grades are important, when you shorten the period, you also might shorten the advertisement, and you also, actually I misspoke. When you shorten, give me a second to collect my thoughts, actually. Can I will be right back. Give me 1 second, I apologize.
All right, Chair Boris.
Yes, I'm fully in favor of the amendments. I believe it makes the most sense. In my opinion, school comes before student government. And if our students running are failing classes or having extreme grade drops, especially those within College of Medicine and College of Engineering and Computer Science, I think that's not fair at all. May I actually direct a question to members of ENA?
You may.
Okay. I was going to ask if any of you like disagreed with the committee, and if you did, what was your reasoning? Do you fully support this? Was it something you all agreed on, or was any of you like dissenting?
Any ENA members want to try Senator Domino?
I didn't disagree, if I understand your question correctly. I know the original text is 5 weeks. I know that the purpose of the bill was to shorten it to 3, but in ENA, with everyone's opinions and all the other conversations that we had, we came to a middle ground of 4 weeks. So while I do understand that, grades are absolutely the most important, I think doing this allows newer candidates to student government time to properly campaign and understand the purposes of what they're running for, how to run, and things of that nature. So a common ground of 4 weeks was determined in the ENA.
I'm going to go Senator Shalala and then Chair Wondon.
Yes, so I've been at this university here since 2017, since my undergrad up until now, until PhD program, and I've seen many different SG campaigns run. I've helped a few of the candidates who have run as an RSO member, just as with advice. And personally, in my experience, I believe that I would fully support this amendment because, as they mentioned, grades do come first. And with proper advertisement of what campaigns can do and what can be run and what can be done, I believe that the shortened time should still allow for a proper campaign to be run, even for newer candidates. But that would again fall on the responsibility of the elections committee. So I will be fully supporting this amendment.
Before Senator Smalley.
Present and voting.
So noted at 9:59 p.m. Chair Wondon.
So I do want to clarify that part of the reason this bill even exists is not only is it important for election commission to have the declarations of candidacy aligned, but it was something where President Hall really supported this last session, which is the reason it even hit the floor. Because this was something she really thought was important after going through her absolutely awful election campaign. Whereas President Lopez is coming at it from the position of not really having had a real campaign. She won like 1,800 votes to 81. So I think we should be taking into account the fact that the person who actually had a campaign wanted this, and the one who didn't have a campaign is fighting against it.
Okay, I'm going to go Vice Chair Almoner. I'm gonna not go Vice Chair Almanar, Vice Chair Harrell.
Yeah, so I am kind of up in the air. I do understand Wanjan's concern about grades, but I also understand that, like, because I sat in on ENA. I'm not an ENA member, but I was LJR rep for that particular meeting. And I will say, like, we did get opinions from a lot of people. So I'm kind of up in the air. I definitely don't want anyone to diminish what President Lopez and Vice President Zelli went through. Vice President Martinez went through. Like, they did still go through a campaign. It might not have been as intense, but I don't want to diminish that by any means because it's still hard. And if they believe that more time is necessary for these presidential elections, I would like to take their opinions into consideration. I will say presidential elections are not as not simple, but like Senate elections are a lot different than presidential elections. Presidential elections hold really great value because it's only two people, president and vice president, whereas we're a whole Senate body. And if I'm being honest, I didn't hear about Senate presidential elections till pretty late. And then I ended up talking to them 2 days before we had to put in our votes. So I definitely think more time for that decision is very necessary for the student body. But yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go Vice Chair Almanar. Again, he's stated his mute did not come on.
So after speaking with President Lopez and Vice President Martinez, I agreed with them that it shouldn't be limited to 3 weeks for the presidential, but I also like that in making the election period longer, that there is more opportunity for people to run for Senate, even though there is that weird thing with the declaration of candidacy period. But I still think that neutral ground of 4 weeks rather than 5 or 3 was a good compromise. And I don't think we should give up on that.
Sure, go.
Okay, sorry, I've collected my thoughts of what I wanted to point. So I'm just going to read directly from the minutes in debate because I think that that's important. I do want to note Lopez ran 3 presidential campaigns, so I think to kind of diminish her opinion, she's experienced kind of the back end of what presidential candidates have experienced, and she's also experienced running for presidency as well. Foster had asked, do you think 4 weeks is better than 3 weeks? Because that's what we're changing. And the conversation said, after speaking with Brody, 4 weeks is a lot better because you do have that extra time for a learning curve. President Lopez said, my thoughts on this are a couple of disadvantages for candidates who are outside of SG. SG had told her exactly what to do. If you're outside of SG, you wouldn't know what to do. There is a learning curve for people to learn how to campaign, which is why 3 weeks was why we changed it from 3 to 4. 5 weeks is stressful and long, but when you're a part of SG, it is a long process. And doing RSO chapter visits, limiting that to 3 weeks is limiting the ability for us to verbally campaign as well, to go out to RSOs, to meet students where they are. That's kind of the whole point of what we do. We serve the student body. We are here to aid them. And by changing it from 3 to 4 weeks is already 5. Wanjan advocated for 3, and the ENA committee found a middle ground of 4. Foster said, correct me if I'm wrong, to the previous supervisor, is it better for Senate to have too much time than too little time? Moore says yes. One of the things that was brought up was write-in candidates. If you look at our chamber is kind of empty. We have many seats. So yes, it might have a disadvantage for write-in candidates, but if you look at our chamber, we have plenty of open seats. And many senators were, not many, I shouldn't say many, a couple senators were write-in candidates. I think that we would really be doing a disservice to the committee's input and the debate around this and the conversation we had by just going back to 3 weeks. this was a tough decision from the committee and there was a long debate on it. That's why I really urge you guys to please read that debate. Please read it in the 921 minutes, because I can't explain everything that happened, but everything that happened in that debate and all the conversation led to the decision of 4 weeks. Grades are important. I understand they really are, but also I don't think it will severely impact. And Daniela or President Lopez ran the campaign for Megan Austin. So I think she also has a good perspective of that contentious race as well as her own race. And so I just really urge the body to please read that debate, and I'll respect whatever decision you guys think, but please read ENA's debate and take that into consideration when casting your vote.
I'm gonna go Sarah, McClellan, Boris.
Yeah, so I'm actually gonna rework my other debate, and I'm still gonna stick in favor to the 4 weeks instead of the 3 weeks. The reason is because the way that I see it, like my parents' motto that has been drilled into my head so many times is academics first, grades first. So I totally understand that. But the reason why I lean more into the 4 weeks is because not only does it give new senators, well, new people that want to become senators more time, but like the way that I see it is like, hold on. Literally just had it in my head. Got it. The way that I see it is like, if you want to commit to student government, you already know that it's going to take a lot of time. Like, grades are important, but if you want to become the student body president, you're aware of like the time that you're going to commit to that already. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure becoming student body president takes a heap load of time. So my point is like, if you want to run for president, you kind of already know what you got to be getting into. So grades are important, but you have been warned. So that's the way that I see it. Benefits new senators, and to be aware, like to know, you have to be aware of what you're getting into in terms of spending more time to win. So I'm just going to stick with the 4 weeks on this one.
I'm gonna go again, D-Leg, Borges, Portier.
So I'm going to be saying much of the same thing that Vice Chair Becerra had said. When it comes to grades, it is unfortunate that they might suffer during this time, but it is your own personal responsibility to make sure you are keeping up with your academics as well. And I think that it's good to cut it down from 5 weeks to 4, because that still, as also mentioned, gives people who are not prior SG agents or people who are familiar with student government to be able to run and learn, and by the end of it, have a good campaign going on. So I am in favor, I believe, of the 4 weeks over 3.
Sure, Boris.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of confused because no matter what, if these elections are not advertised properly, changing this to 4 weeks is not going to help anyone. No one would truly get any benefit from having it be 4 weeks if it's not advertised correctly. So like the argument I think we should be having is more about the grades and less about other people not in SG, because it's not going to help them no matter what if the elections are not being advertised properly. If we see those advertised properly, then I'd look into this. But as of now, they're not being done that way. So this really doesn't impact that many students outside of student government, because no matter what, it's not going to help them. I feel like it should be helping them, at least people who are doing it, with their grades. And I think 3 weeks would help better with grades. I'd rather students be in it and eligible than ineligible because they failed their classes.
Senator Portier.
Yes, to like echo the same sentiments as the other senators. Whether this thing get changed to like 5, 6, 8, I don't even know. That's your choice that you decided to get into this. So like, yeah, I'll be abstaining, but yeah, but at the end of the day, it's your choice and you should know like what you're getting into. That's it.
Senator Spalding.
I just coming in, I just kind of want to know what it is that we're really speaking on so that when I vote on it, I vote fairly. So can someone just, if allowed, kind of give me a rundown of what this bill is? Because I keep hearing grades, but then I also keep reading candidacy, so I'm very confused.
Chair Wanda, if you just want to give a recap of this and just the amendment.
Yeah, so you've probably heard about this bill like 4 times at this point. It's the aligning declaration of candidacy periods within like the senatorial and presidential elections. The initial bill decreased the declaration of candidacy period for the presidential and increased Senate to make them aligned at 3 weeks. When it was remanded to ENA a couple weeks ago, they moved it up to 4 weeks. The debate is kind of whether it's more important to have it at 3 weeks so that grades are being impacted for a shorter time, or moved back up to 4 weeks in order to make sure that that we're trying to give people who aren't in SG as much time as possible to figure out how to run a campaign.
Is that a follow-up question?
So just to be certain, if it's at 3 weeks, it would give the candidates running less time to run, but it would allow them to focus on their grades more. Am I understanding that right?
That is the argument that's being presented. I'm trying to not put my opinion into this part.
ILA, Alderman.
We are in debate, correct? So with regards to whether an election campaign should be 3 weeks or 4 weeks, there's multiple factors that should be taken into consideration, not just grades, not just student government responsibilities. You know, it can be said that you choose to join student government, so that is one's individual decision. I don't believe that. I think that student government conditions should be such that people want to be in student government, that the conditions are good to work in and good to operate under. For example, a few months ago, I felt that LJR's absence policy was too strict. We changed that because we felt that it did not lead to a conducive environment in student government. More so, the longer an election campaign is, the more money is spent on it. People are already asked to not take campaign contributions, that they have to use their own resources. So the longer a campaign is, the more it benefits rich candidates who can afford to spend their money, and the more it hurts candidates who do not have so much money on their hands. I do not see why campaigning for a student government election should last an entire month, which is 4 weeks. That's essentially a typical semester is around 4 to 5 months. That's 20 to 25% of the entire semester taken up by student government campaigning. I do not think that is a period of time that is acceptable for the kind of thing that the candidates are willing to get themselves into. That's simply not worth it. And the cons totally outweigh the pros. And so I think that the student government election, Senate election campaigning time, it's much better to have it at 3 weeks than to have it at 4 weeks.
Jergel.
Yeah, so I first want to address that there are spending caps in place for that reason, so that we try to minimize that as much as possible. I kind of want to give one of the main reasons why this is being created is to ensure that the declaration of candidacies are lined up. Right now, declaration of candidacy for presidential races is 5 weeks, Senate is 2 weeks. So to help EC alleviate all of the hearings and any issues coming up, we wanted to align them. So now it's a matter of, okay, what time period is beneficial not only for Senate, but for the executive branch, because we are here for legislative. This is regarding both branches. And while I understand moving Senate from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, I can say from my experience, I know that running was not as stressful as it was for a presidential race, even if it was uncontested. I know it was not as stressful. I was stressed nonetheless, but our reasoning behind changing it from 3 to 4 was because we would rather Senate have more time, and yes, I do understand that, than cut presidential from 5 weeks to 3 weeks. This will then allow senators to also campaign more to students, go out to more GBNs, do more during the campaign period. I do understand taking up 4 weeks, but Senate takes up Thursday nights pretty much from 6 to midnight already. Like, being in student government is a time commitment. I do not think it should be your number one goal. I do not think it should be your main priority, but I do think that this is a agency that is taking up time. Like I said, I think that it's more important to take into consideration everyone's perspective that's involved in here. outside of our own. Like, I think it's really important, and that's what ENA tried to do. And that's why we set up meetings with various people from various agencies that have sat through these elections as well outside of Senate to get those perspectives, because we are not here just to serve ourselves and not serve our body. We're also here to serve every branch in here as well. And it'd be really sad for us to go back to 3 weeks when I just don't think it would be advantageous at all. However, I do understand the concerns, and I do understand ILA alum and Chile that 4 week, but I think that there are things set in stone so that does not happen. And I just think that this is the best route that our branch and our body needs to go with, which is denying this amendment and sticking to the 4 weeks that ENA had originally, seeing this bill a couple weeks ago.
Okay, we've seen robust debate on this, so what I'm going to ask is Chair Wanjin to go a final time, and I would like to request a motion to move to vote on this amendment. But I want to give you a final chance to say your piece.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to clarify that I don't have a problem with us campaigning for 4 weeks if we were allowed to declare candidacy the entire time. If we could declare candidacy the entire time, that'd be perfectly fine with me. The problem is that the longer the campaign period is, the earlier you have to make the decision to run for Senate. And honestly, I could decide to run for Senate like the day of the election and still get into my college because nobody is in my college. There are 4 senators in this chamber who are, or in Senate, who are in my college. It's College of Sciences and the other colleges that are full that are going to be negatively impacted if we extend this further, because then all of a sudden College of Sciences has 15 people running and nobody else has a chance, because if they're write-in candidates, they're not going to win the election. That, as much as I hate to say it, that is almost always what happens. You would have to do an incredible job campaigning as a write-in candidate in order to win an election, whether senatorial or presidential, because the fact that the pure fact of it is that most students don't really pay that much attention and will just click on the names on the ballot. If for me, there were, I think, 10 names on the ballot in the 11 seats. Most of us had people just click all of our names, and that was that. And we all won. Yay. We had one write-in candidate who got in because he was a write-in candidate and there was 1 seat available. But I don't know if Sciences even had write-in candidates because there were so many people already running that it was basically impossible to have any sort of chance. This is the part that I'm most concerned about, the fact that we are making it so much harder to run for a body that already is empty by making this decision have to happen earlier. And we're basically making Senate appointed by the president the further we push this declaration of candidacy period.
Take a motion, Pro Tem Foster. Move to vote on the amendment. There's a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. For context, this is to revert from 4 weeks to 3 weeks. With a vote count of 13 to 17 to 2, the amendment does not pass. We still have like 40 seconds of debate. Are there any senators wishing to debate? If not, I will take a motion. D. Like McClellan.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5423. Are there any objections? Senator Barrickman, do you withdraw? D. Like McClellan?
Sure.
Senator Barrickman.
I'd just like to say that this seems a little regressive and prohibitive, and it looks like we end up voting on making the people's jobs easier that already aren't doing their job. So thanks.
Are there any other senators wishing to debate? If not, I'll take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on Internal Bill 5423.
So motion to vote on Internal Bill 5423. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 25 to 7 to 2, Internal Bill 5423 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty. Notice legislation on third reading, resolutions none, special acts none, notice legislation on second reading, constitutional amendments none, bills. Since it's been so long, is there a motion for speech, questioning, debate? Chair Tupple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Senator Shala, do you withdraw?
Yes, sir.
Or Senator Shala?
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questions, 5-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. What are we on? Constitutional or bills, Internal Bill 5417 updates to Title VI, the election statutes. Chair Borges, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
No matter what I say, I guarantee you guys won't listen to me, so I yield the questioning.
I'm gonna decorum that. If you would like to rephrase.
I feel like no matter what, the committee had enough votes to remand it. The committee changed what they wanted to change. I don't believe taking a lot of time on this is necessary. I believe it's going to pass how it is, no matter how I argue against it. So I'm just going to let people ask questions and debate as they want.
Thank you. We're now in a period of questioning. All those questions, please raise your hand. If not, I'll take a motion. Vice Chair Hurl.
Can someone explain the changes that were made? Because I know the overall bill, but yeah, I don't know the specific changes.
Is there anyone from ENA that would like to explain the changes to the bill? Pro Tem Foster.
So I know one change that we recently made on Wednesday was it was in 601.2L where it says the duties of the supervisor of election shall schedule, lead, verify all election commissioners attend an election commission orientation within 10 academic days of the start of the fall semester, or of them being sworn in as election commissioner, whichever comes first. We kind of changed the verbiage a little bit, and then we added whichever comes first to kind of fix any confusing, I guess, discrepancies people had, and Brody kind of helped us with that a little bit.
Are there any other questions? Vice Chair Robbins.
If I were to ask for somebody's opinion, like in the chamber on this, would that be considered debate or questioning?
Brody.
If you're asking, I think if you're asking another senator's opinion, then that would be asking for debate. If you're asking for a non-committee member's opinion, then I think you would consider that a question.
Senator Berkman.
Can I ask a question of Brody, please?
You may.
Is there a reason why the assistant supervisor of elections is appointed by the student body president?
Yes. Yes, because that is the only way that student government agents are created outside of an election, which are Senate and the student body president and vice president. Every other student government agent that's in student government is appointed by the president.
Follow up, Senator Berkman.
Yes, doesn't that create like an inherent conflict of interest to have the supervisors of elections be appointed by the most highly contested election that happens under the supervisory of the elections?
Yeah, I hear you. That's a fair question. I think that's part of why the process has the appointment by the executive branch, the confirmation by the Senate for that check and balance. To some extent, my question to that is generally like, what is the better option, right? They can't be elected by an election they run, so like, yes, but if the election is contested, they're seen by a chief justice who is also appointed by the president and confirmed by Senate. Every other role is set up that way, so.
Senator Shalom.
So as far as I'm understanding from the duties of the election commissioners, I'm going to try to phrase this so it's not debate. And I would direct this question towards the ENA committee. Is there a reason why the change for the primary digital campus media outlet versus all campus media outlets, given that that may limit information?
Chair Gill?
Can I direct that question to Chair Borges, because or Chair Borges or Chair Wanjan, because they were the ones that changed that, and so I think that they could give a clearer answer to that than I could.
Chair Borges?
I think one of the biggest issues is it is defined, the primary, like the campus media outlets are defined. It's like whatever, like 200 something students. I don't remember the exact number, but essentially it's really hard to find out which campus medias are reaching that many students, and to reach out to all of them would be really difficult for EC. That's a lot of extra work that like is not exactly necessary and really hard to do. And so this requires it for at least the primary digital campus media outlets. And I guess I yield to Wanjan for the rest.
So basically, most of this was written while I was ENA chair last session. To be perfectly honest, the main reason it was changed was because the election commission wasn't doing their job, and this was us trying to make it as simple as possible for them to do the bare minimum.
Unfortunately, questioning time has elapsed. We're now in a period of debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Robbins.
Yeah, so earlier I was gonna request Chair Borges's opinion if he wasn't already going to give it, because his name is number 1 on here, and so I'm curious as to his debate if he has any.
Do you have any debate? You don't have to if you don't want to.
Are we in debate? Oh, sorry, I'm so exhausted. I really just wanted to help the election commission. I know they struggled a lot last year. I did this bill, kind of early on, and it's been a while. It's gone through ENA twice now. It's been months since this has been introduced. I first introduced this in July. So I kind of just want to get over with and help as much as I can with the election commission. If this is how to do it, I'm fine with giving up whatever they want to change.
Senator Shilla?
So being part of the College of Engineering and Computer Science, I've seen many of the metrics for some of the media outlets on campus. Personally, I want to say that I don't think it would be too much out of the Election Commission to request for the metrics of how many students or how many readers the media outlets are reaching. They're readily available in many of the outlets if they're requested. And personally, that is one of the things that I see with the duties of the election commissioners in reaching out to the student body that would be necessary would be to use all available outlets, especially if it does reach that threshold. So personally, I don't agree with that wording on the bill. Besides that, I do want to direct a question again to ENA if that's possible.
You may.
So I don't know exactly who to direct this to, but in terms of some of the reaching out or I guess spreading of information, if that's a way to phrase it, to the media, what steps have been taken place since I know that Chair Borges mentioned that this was to simplify things, and Chair Wanjan also mentioned it, but what steps were taken to reach out to the media?
Chair Gill?
I hear your question. That's something for the election commission, but that question be directed to the election commission. I know that I think AG Moore is in the chamber that might be able to give clarity with her experience on EC, but as of right now, I am unaware because our election commission is not full yet. And so my understanding that they're still kind of getting the ball rolling. I think that's a fair question to ask when they are running. That's a question that I will ask and I can ask, but I think maybe if you're looking for an answer from like previous ECs, I think AG Moore might be the best person to answer that question. Oh.
Pro Tem Foster.
Move for a non-committee member to speak, that being AG Moore.
There's a motion for AG Moore to speak. Are there any objections? Seeing none, AG Moore.
Sorry, can someone repeat the question for me?
Senator Shell.
Yes, so as I mentioned inside my debate, I disagreed with the wording on reaching out to the primary media outlet versus all media outlets. And my question was directed into some of the information that I mentioned regarding gaining the metrics from the different outlets. So I was just trying to figure out what steps have been taken place for the elections committee to reach out to those outlets on campus, and why it was changed from all outlets to the primary outlet.
Okay, yeah. So from my understanding and from my perspective from being on EC last year, I think that that probably was changed just to kind of, I think, simplify the process. I think that there's kind of like maybe one or two like major news outlets for UCF. And so I think it just kind of made more sense me just target like the biggest one on campus or just one of them and send it that way. I don't think it was necessarily something that was like done for some other kind of reason where it's like, would it be too difficult to do per se? So I think that's kind of up to y'all and legislative body to figure out what would be the best move. But I think that was probably just done to make EC's job just slightly simpler, if that makes sense.
Chair Wonjin.
This is like sort of answering the question and sort of debate. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So to be perfectly clear, when I came into the position of ENA chair, I met with the supervisor of elections and I had like a page long list of things that were like statutes were broken. So it basically if it was a small detail, it was missed. Advertising didn't start on time. I don't have the document pulled up, but it was bad. A lot of what this was very much what I went over with him to say, what do you think is possible for somebody to actually do? And I am perfectly fine with you guys deciding. I mean, I made the amendments to change it back to all campus media because I think that makes sense to do, especially if like those metrics are easily accessible, like you said. So I do think changing it back makes sense. It was just one of those things where when it didn't feel like much effort was put in to actually follow statutes, trying to make it as simple as possible to follow statutes was kind of the goal.
Is there an intention to make a motion for the amendments to be seen?
Move to see, I guess, all my amendments as a block. Yeah.
There's a motion to see the amendments on as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, because I didn't do this last time, is there a motion for 2-minute speeches? 2-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Any objections? Chair Wonjin, whenever you're ready.
So this is all the primary campus digital media outlet stuff is being changed back to just all campus media in order to because like if it's as possible as Shola is saying it is, I am perfectly happy to leave it as it was. And then the other thing it's changing is in 601.4K, this part that was send a copy of the election statutes was changed to Title VI, the election statutes. I'm pretty sure the reason it wasn't like that in the first place was because the number that this has been has changed a couple times and they don't want to have to go through and fix the number each time. And also the entire rest of Title VI refers to it as just the election statutes. So making it in this one random place just say Title VI, the election statutes is a little weird.
Now online for questions. Senator Barrickman.
For 6015 and 6033E, it mentions a student government sponsored website. Are there more than one student government sponsored websites? And if there are, should we be posting this on a specific one, or thoughts?
I mean, so it's not really the amendments, but yes, there are multiple student government sponsored websites because our Night Connect and the SG website both count. And it allows it to not have to redo the language if we ever add any more, is kind of the intent. The specific one is, I don't think this part was ever really even followed, but the specific one is generally just the main SG website.
Pro Tem Foster? Oops, okay. So I see, Senator Shala said that we should do all campus media instead of primary digital campus media outlet. And you thought it was more beneficial for EC and easier for them to do just the primary digital campus media outlet. Do you still feel that way? Like, do you think that it's better to do all campus media? Because I feel like, yeah, the metrics might be easier to pull, but I mean, if it means, EC's job would be easier, I would kind of support the primary, but I guess I kind of want to see where your head is at.
So the definition of campus media, if I'm remembering correctly, is any media with more than 2,000 students regularly viewing it, or something along those lines. I do think it's important to try to get stuff in front of as many students as possible, because I know, like, engineering, I don't know how many of us look at stuff like night news and all that sort of thing, but like a lot of us consume media that is engineering related. Like stuff from the College of Engineering, Computer Science, and that sort of thing, which obviously wouldn't be a media outlet, but there are media outlets that are more relevant to various colleges that definitely do get enough engagement, and aren't like Night News or NSM Today, where it's possible that huge swaths of the student body are just not looking at that.
Great. Question period has elapsed. We're now in a period of debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Robbins.
Yeah, to speak on what was just asked between Foster and Wanjin, also, my opinion on that is like, that's also a really easy thing to like delegate to others, like someone else, if we do keep it. I know she changed it back to like multiple outlets, so that's also something that, like, yeah, it is a burden to, like, put it out to multiple places, not just one, but it's also an easy thing to delegate, like, hey, can you please like post this here or there, anything like that.
Chair Temple.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with what Vice Chair Robinson said. This, although on paper it does seem to be something of a burden of sorts, for lack of better terms. Sorry about that. It does, like, not only will it be easily delegatable, but it also help long-term in advertising, like basically everything that is being said here. So I'm in favor of these amendments, and I would encourage my fellow senators to do this, to vote in favor of these.
Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on the amendments.
Motion to vote on the block of amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. With a vote count of 24 to 2 to 5, the amendments pass. Debate time has elapsed. We're now in voting procedures on Internal Bill 5417. With a vote count of 27 to 2 to 3, Internal Bill 5417 passes favorably on second reading. Resolutions. Resolution 5412, resolution in support of the Orange County Transportation Surtax. I've been informed by the sponsor they would like it postponed to the following Senate session. Is there a motion, Chair Ray?
Motion to postpone this bill.
There's a motion to postpone resolution 5412. Are there any objections? Seeing none, postponed. Proclamations none, special acts none. Before we get to Senate forum, is there a motion to go to miscellaneous business? We can get through our actual business first. Any objections? Seeing none. Alrighty, resignations. I hereby resign Senator Gell from ORS. Appointments. Women's Caucus, I hereby appoint Senator Tribble and Senator Moda to Women's Caucus. Elections, LJR, is there a motion to open the floor for LJR nominations?
Senator Parmar, do you accept?
I do.
Senator Parmar,
I do.
you do?
Yeah.
Alrighty, is there a motion to close the floor for LJR nominations? Is there a motion to vote? Yes, I forgot what we're doing. This is, I know. All those in favor? All those opposed? Congratulations, you're on LJR. Yeah. Is there a motion to return to Senate forum? Alrighty, we're now in Senate forum. Chair Temple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in honor of Filipino Heritage Month, I'd figure I'd drop a few facts about the Philippines for the next 2 weeks in this month. So the first fact is that the Philippines was actually the first Southeast Asian country to gain independence in the aftermath of World War II in 1946, after the United States had agreed that, yeah, you guys helped us beat the Japanese. Let's give you guys some independence. And then, well, 40 to 70 years later, they are still kicking around.
Chair Wanjin.
Hey guys, sorry you've had to listen to me talk so much tonight. This is more interesting. So VUCF Alternative Break Program is hosting their fall showcase next Wednesday, October 12th from 2 to 5 p.m. in the Student Union Atrium. If you're at all interested in going on a service trip over winter break, please come check it out. If you're also not interested in going on a trip this winter, but are still interested in learning more about ABP, please come out as well. There'll also be Smoothie King and Domino's if you just want free food. You don't need to be there the whole time. You'll just need to check out all the tables we have set up in order to get your food rewards. So you can absolutely come check it out before or after a gap if that's one of your committees. Yay.
Pro Tem Foster.
So in Senate exec today, we discussed the possibility of not having a Senate meeting on October 27th because that's during homecoming week. And a lot of you probably want to go to the T-Pain concert. So we're going to take a very informal vote, like with hands. And I guess there's people on Zoom. So I guess we can figure something out for that. Maybe a poll on Zoom.
We're gonna wait for miscellaneous business. But yeah, just to echo Senator Foster, Pro Tem Foster, we'll talk more about that in miscellaneous business, but we want to gauge the chamber before we make a decision. Moving along from that, Chair Borges.
So I'm hosting a glow in the dark volleyball night with Sport Club Council next Friday. If any senators are interested, you guys can create a team. We're releasing the Sign of Genius soon. Follow at UCF_LK for that information. So,
Senator Costas.
Yeah, I'll keep it very brief. Just wanted to say GAP is an amazing committee. And also the talk about constituents kind of rubs me the wrong way sometimes because Senator Taché is working on one of the most important projects that the entire Senate body could be working on, and that's the CAPS initiative, to literally make sure that your constituents are like mentally and physically doing well. And it just feels weird that like we have all this talk about constituents, but it feels like when it comes to the real concrete issues, there's not much discussion. And it's like people are just chasing resumes instead of doing good with the access and power that they have. So with the hurricane that just hit, I know a lot of people have been affected. I would love to see some discussion about that next meeting or in a deliberation, but that's all I have.
Vice Chair Hurl.
I'm trying to bring some advocacy to create or like spread the word about Creo. So if any of you are interested in taking a tour of our building, you will be pleasantly surprised that we have very many labs and very few things, but I would still like to share with you guys. So if anyone is interested in doing a Creo tour, please reach out to me. And you could possibly meet a lot of individuals in Creole, and we are very welcoming and we like everyone. So we would love to see you guys come to our college and see more faces.
Senator Spalding.
Hi, okay, so I said this in SBA, but I also want to put it out here. I don't know who does or doesn't follow YDSA on Instagram, but just for y'all's knowledge, and if you guys want to tell your friends or whatever, be careful. There is like a scam sort of like thing going around on campus. I don't have too much information, but I can basically tell you the gist is that they're telling individuals that they're going to charge them $10 for COVID tests. and then taking their their health insurance information and actually charging them $1,000. So just be safe, be cautious, be mindful, and then also like tell, like I said, tell your friends and just people to also be cautious as well.
Alrighty. Are there any other senators wishing to speak during Senate forum? Senator Barrickman.
I would like to bring attention to the fact that our UCF cost of attendance does not seem to be accurate. And I believe that may limit access to federal funding and scholarship funding for our students that need assistance. It looks like the housing numbers in particular are far and away from what is accurate. They're quoted at $7,300 a year, and I don't think anybody in this room or anybody listening is paying that currently. I would like to find out from anybody that knows how we can go about getting those numbers updated so that people have an accurate depiction of how their money is going to be spent and how their parents' money is going to be spent and how to budget for their education.
Ready. Are there any other senators wishing to speak during Senate forum? Senator Schillen.
So I'm going to make this very brief, but since I'm a grad student here and I did my undergrad here, I'm part of the Alumni Association. I see there's not many senators in the College of Engineering and not many grad students either, but this is going out to all of them. We're looking for volunteers to help with senior design judging between optics and photonics, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, civil engineering, computer engineering, and computer science. So if anyone's interested, please reach out to me and let me know.
ILA Almond Chili.
First of all, before I go on, is it acceptable to speak in Senate forum about something that is totally irrelevant to Senate?
Can we wait till miscellaneous business for that?
Sure.
Okay. Alrighty. Any other senators wishing to speak during Senate forum? Seeing none, Senate deliberations, Senator Costas.
Yeah, we can keep this brief because I know we're all probably tired and maybe want to go home, but we could also spend a few minutes on it if you guys would like. Because this is the first Senate meeting back after Hurricane Ian and we're doing it on Zoom, I think there's a reason why we're not all together is because some of us have faced some complications due to the hurricane. And our beloved constituents have also probably faced some very drastic complications, like losing their homes and having nowhere to stay or living 40 minutes away. So maybe we could talk about what we can do to get President Cartwright in the chamber or get the administration to actually listen to us to help these fellow students. We could throw some ideas around or we could just talk privately if somebody wants to message me.
Righty, we've entered a period of Senate deliberations. Pro Tem Foster starting the 20 minutes. Whoever wants to speak, or guess the topic is Hurricane Ian and response. Chair Temple.
I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. I completely agree with Senator Costas. More has to be done in order to help our constituents who have been affected by Hurricane Ian, especially those at Arden Villas. So I myself was caught up in Hurricane Ian. I went home last week to support my family and help them prepare for the hurricane. And needless to say, it was a doozy. But that proved on the point more that when it swung into Orlando and I saw the damages after barely getting internet over there, I wanted to do my best to try and provide as much information as possible because I'd seen in the group me that you guys were all willing and trying to consolidate information and potential initiatives. So I had just literally info dumped everything I could find with very little internet I can procure. And I think like a good first step would be to just develop that information nexus, but at the same time, also try to do something a bit more substantive. Like I had posited a potential supply drive, although I think that YDSA had beaten that out a little bit, but like a full SG admin collaboration has to be in order at some point in the near future, because like students can't do this on their own. YDSA can only do so much. Like the resources that administration and UCF student government have right this minute are paramount to those students, and we need to unlock those fast. And I don't care how. Scholarship funds, public gift cards, what have it. More has to be provided to them, and it needs to be provided to them ASAP. Otherwise, they are not going to do much better moving forward.
Before we continue, I'll just give 2 points of information. I do have a branch head meeting next week to talk directly with Danielle and Sage about this. And then I was hoping President Lopez would speak a little more clearly on it, but from what I've been told by her, SG has spent 20 grand on those Publix gift cards through the executive branch budget. Just to put that out there for context, that was out of their budget directly. Moving forward, I'm going to go Chair Saucedo and then Senator Brenner.
I'm really glad Michael brought this up, because I think this is a conversation that needs to be had regardless of how tired we all are. Yeah, I'm not sure what the best solutions could be. Clearly, there's quite a few students that are severely affected by this. Like, they don't have a place to stay. Like, they're struggling to make ends meet. So I think we should look into what we can do as this body and how much power we have. Tomorrow during our Hispanic Latinx caucus meeting, we actually have a few Latin RSO leadership meeting with us, because they wanted to talk about hurricane relief efforts and what we can do, not only for our Floridian community, but also Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic and those Caribbean islands that have been hit even worse than we have. And I'm just going to end with saying that I don't think any of us were expecting Ian to do as much damage as it did. People who've lived in Florida for a long time have pointed out that this was like a particularly devastating hurricane compared to others. So I just want us to keep in mind like what's at stake here.
Senator Brenner.
I'm also going to agree with Chair Temple. I actually I used to live at Arden Villas. I was on the first floor, and like my apartment got completely destroyed. Also my car won't even turn on. And I'm 19 years old. Like I really need help. I don't know where to live. Like I'm trying to find places with my roommates, but it's like super hard and I have no idea what I'm doing. So help from UCF, like I think we really need more of it.
I'm gonna go Senator Moda and then Chair Teche.
I actually know people personally like that like lost their houses. They lost everything, like they have to sell their house. I just feel like professors are not also lenient with what's going on. Coming from the College of Business, some of our professors are still requiring us to take exams this week. Even when students have expressed that they don't have electricity, they have nowhere to stay. So I feel like it's just, we need to actually do something about it and not just write an email and say, we might do something about it.
Chair Teche.
Yeah, I personally think that we should try to make a concrete list of demands from the university. And if President Cartwright doesn't act on any of them, I have no problem with writing up a proclamation saying that we're calling for his resignation, because honestly, this has been so embarrassing by our administration that if they don't do anything to make up for their giant failures at the beginning of this, I have no problem with saying that they're completely inept and shouldn't be there.
I'm going to go Pro Tem Foster and then Vice Chair Trainer.
So I just want to say to Senator Brenner, I'm very sorry that that happened to you. Like, you shouldn't have to go through that. And the fact that, you know, the university isn't really supporting you the way it should be, and they expect you to come to class and take your exams is really hard. But to kind of echo what Chair Tashe said, it's kind of hard to take action when we kind of need, I guess, a concrete list of things that we want from admin. And I think, you know, what the most important thing is having a list of like what students who are affected by this need, like most of all, because we can tackle all the problems, yes, but if we kind of have like a list where we kind of prioritize what they really need, like this, and then this, I think it's easier because we can be like, okay, 10,000 students are affected by this. So how can we fix this problem? And if we can kind of come together and create this list like all together, then we can send it to administration. It'll be a lot easier to hold people accountable when we kind of have a list of like, okay, this is what we want done. And if this is not going to get done, then we can hold people accountable.
I'm gonna go Vice Chair Trainer and then Senator Spalding.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Tasha and Foster on that. I mean, I don't want to say we have time, but like it's definitely something we need to act upon. I would definitely wait until after Hall meets with Cartwright to see what action is going to be done. And then we take action upon that. And also I guess I had a question more for Costas. Can I ask it?
You may.
Okay, I was just wondering if YDSA was involved with like Knights Pantry or maybe UCF Parents Network with coordinating food, clothing, and like furniture drive, maybe.
I don't know if we've specifically been involved with Knights Pantry, but some people in YDSA did just spend $300 on food and toiletry items that we are going to give out next week at our clothing drive. And at first it was just to help students get clothes that were non-binary and gender neutral, but now we're also going to make it like a hurricane relief thing. So we also want to give clothes to students that have lost their belongings. So again, Senator Brenner, if you need anything, like reach out to me privately and we can make sure that YDSA and other organizations can try and give you what you need. But Jason, Tasha, or Loki might also have some input on that.
I'm just gonna quick point of information. I myself will not be meeting with Cartwright, but President Lopez has, and one of the issues that was brought up regarded the professors and leniency. You can ask Professor Lopez about the answer. I'm gonna be frank, not very satisfactory. I encourage you to ask President Lopez what his response was, but not the most in touch with reality. Moving along, Senator Spalding.
Okay, so what I'm gathering is we all kind of feel the same about the university's response, and that's entirely valid and fair. And correct me if I'm wrong, Costas, but I think another part of his question was, how do we create the list, we send the list, great, but how do we make it so that there's actually actions being taken to ensure that excuse me, our students' voices are heard? That's like the bigger issue, is making sure that actions are being taken by those in administration and President Cartwright.
Can I answer that, Speaker Hall?
Yeah, you may.
Yeah. Again, power is a finite resource and can be built up without necessarily material resources. And so I think if we want Cartwright or administration to listen to us, we kind of have to make them. And that's how, when you look at history, things have been done, is when we're noisy and we let them know, like, we are not going to be passive and sit back while these things are occurring. We need to make them like know that we want to see change and action be implemented, or else he isn't going to be president of the university anymore because we're calling for his resignation, or we're passing a proclamation that makes him come to one Senate meeting every month or every other month, something like that, that holds them accountable.
I'm gonna go Senator Castellan and Vice Chair Harrell and Senator Schiller.
Yeah, so I completely agree with, Senator Costas, Senator Tasha, everyone who's been, sorry if my internet can you guys hear me?
You're good.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry, my internet's like saying it's unstable. If you guys can hear me, just like send something in the chat. But yeah, I definitely think like as can you guys, okay, as SGs all working together, I feel like we could have like a commission to work together on all of this, like a Senate commission to work on all of these problems and write that concrete list Jason was talking about. But I also wanted to ask, like, is there a way like to also okay, is there a way to also like include like the student body? Because like the student body, like individuals like at large to help in, I don't know whether like we create like some type of forum or just something where we could all collaborate. Because I know there's a lot of RSOs who are like trying to work on this, and like I don't know, I feel like if we combine, like collab rather than like divide and conquer, but I think collabing could be like a good thing we could possibly try to involve with student government and the RSOs that are working on this exact same problem.
Vice Chair Ho.
Yeah, so I will admit, like, I was very fortunate with Hurricane Ian. I didn't lose power, I didn't lose anything. So my heart goes out to everyone who was affected. I am here, like, at Brenner, if you ever need a place for Wi-Fi or anything, please reach out to me. I've been allowing a lot of people from Creole to come to my place to kind of mooch off our electricity currently. So with that being said, I do think that this is something like we need to get done, because like a lot of parents and stuff were on social media expressing that we stayed open till Tuesday. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I was driving in like 20-mile-per-hour winds evacuating, 40-mile-per-hour winds on Wednesday, like evacuating, trying to get out of Orlando. So like it wasn't enough time. My mom was not very happy either. But with that being said, like I definitely think like we do need to do something about it. Like the response wasn't great, and I would be willing to work with anyone to try to figure out a way. I'm not really sure how to go about that. And then also for the individuals who did lose their homes, for Senator Brenner specifically, like I don't know if you know about this, but on Facebook there is a couple of Facebook groups, like Full Sail subleases, UCF subleases, that a lot of parents have been offering help in trying to find places for individuals who lost their houses or apartments in Arden Villas. So there's been a lot of support from families trying to figure that stuff out as well as there are some families who are opening rooms in their houses for individuals at a cheaper price than you were probably paying at your apartment. It's not necessarily ideal, but maybe a temporary thing to look in. If you do need me to send you those links, I can as well.
Sure. So I mentioned this a few weeks ago during my confirmation hearing, but I previously was a member of Faculty Senate, and I currently serve as instructional staff for the College of Engineering and Computer Science. So something that can be done for immediate action as a bit of a remediation is that Senate could demand a hearing in Faculty Senate to speak to faculty and reach out to them, at least as part of the administration side. Since there's many subcommittees and general Faculty Senate meetings where we could sit in on or talk in open forum to give our suggestions out to faculty. Now, as for information wise, I've seen many RSOs do this, and I believe Senate and SG as a whole could benefit from doing this. As was previously mentioned, collaboration could go a long way, but we can create a document or a dossier of information to say, hey, these are resources, and compile them together to give students a way so that they can reach out and not have to pick up information and bits and pieces separately. For example, for people at the place in Arden Villas who were affected, currently they are trying to have their students sign NDAs and forms releasing them from liability. And not many students were aware of that until it was made public online on Facebook groups, Reddit, different forums. Discord groups were made for the place in Arden Villas as well to notify students and let them know, as forums to reach out and provide basically a place for those residents to talk. So I believe compiling a dossier of that information would be very useful to students. Last thing I want to mention as my point is that I believe, as previously mentioned, we all agree that something needs to be done, but I believe that a deadline or some period should be set because time is very valuable in the case of this, especially in terms of how administration and faculty will respond. As time passes, they're less likely to give a favorable response.
Alrighty, we're at about 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I'm gonna go Barrickman, Becerra.
While we are working on garnering a college-wide response or large response to this natural disaster, which I agree is absolutely important. I think it's also very important to open ourselves up on an individual basis to each other to the extent that we can. I personally have a couch and an air mattress, electricity, and Wi-Fi. The things that I require for access to those is a UCF ID or a veteran ID. That is all.
Yeah, I was actually gonna bring this up in caucus tomorrow for Hispanic caucus, but I guess I'll bring it up now. So, and I'll make it quick. But I actually got into contact with my old SG mentor, Julian Duque. I was just checking in on him, see how it went for him during the hurricane. And we were just talking about some ideas on how we could help the students. I'm just gonna pitch this idea out. I'm gonna pitch it tomorrow in the caucus anyway, with the rest of the Latin Hispanic leadership. But it's more like, what if we create like a documentation of all the resources that are available and going out to, for instance, all the apartment complexes and areas that were affected, and reach out to students, act as like a bridge for them and provide those resources to them. I was also planning to talk to Danielle Lanzelli about that. No, it's not like, you know, I don't really know exactly how to get in contact with Cartwright, but I just wanted to throw that other idea out there. And if anyone wants to support in that, just let me know. I'm bringing it up in caucus. I want to see what other people have an opinion on for that.
Chair Taché.
Yeah, just wanted to say two things. One, to confirm what Michael was saying, for YDSA's clothing drive, we are now accepting hurricane supplies donations. So if you guys have leftover hurricane supplies, feel free to contact me about it, or you can just drop them off Tuesday or Wednesday at the clothing drive. And then also, I was just gonna say we can text about it and send it wide, but I'd be down to have a meeting tomorrow where we're, a bunch of us try to get together and work on that potential list of demands, because, you know, got to get that out as soon as possible. This is a time-based issue.
Pro Temp Foster, minute left.
Oh, I was just gonna say I agree with Tasha. I think we should set up a meeting, compile a list of demands, try to get it out very early next week or as soon as possible.
Senator Parmar.
Hey, so yeah, I agree with Chair Tase that we need to get the demands out there ASAP. I'm not sure about the intricacies of setting up a special session, but if possible, I would like to get as many senators on the demands, as many senators signed on the demands as possible. So yeah.
Vice Chair Robbins, quick.
Yeah, so it looks like we should plan this in the group meet, what time, and if you guys want to get it out at the beginning of next week, then we need to meet either tomorrow or probably Monday, so.
Alrighty, Senate deliberation time has elapsed. Moving on, alrighty, advisors report, Brody.
All right, hey everyone, just a couple things from me. Obviously with the previous conversation, I do want to kind of say a couple of things about just kind of these kinds of natural disaster relief situations. A couple of quick things are that doing drives is valuable, but supporting other drives that have infrastructure is much more valuable. So advertising the drives the university is putting on is going to be more efficient use of your time than hosting your own drives, simply because they have the infrastructure, they have people who are just actively doing that as their job, as opposed to trying to also do that. the biggest thing that people need right now is money, right? So like, I realize that you are all students and you are not in a position to give that, but that's the most important thing. The Knights food pantry right now is fully stocked. There's not a lot they can take right now because they are fully stocked. And if you were to spend money and go to the store and buy some canned foods or whatever it might be, they're going to be able, their dollar goes a lot further than yours does because they have connections with the businesses, they have different things, and they get different deals than you do. So the biggest thing, the most important thing that all of these different charities and organizations need is money. So again, advertising that, supporting that, I'm going to recommend, based on my knowledge to some degree, but based on the connections I have with folks that do this for their work, those are the most important things and the most effective way that you all can provide help to people, at least on that kind of larger scale. All that said, I think it is amazing that you all are as passionate, an overused word, but I can't think of anything better at this moment. It is absolutely right and correct and good and important that you all keep this in mind and take these opportunities to wield the power that you have, and continue to think about ways that you can help students through whatever it is they're going through, especially in times like these. Yeah, as far as Senate stuff, we're kind of getting into the middle of the semester. This is the time where your classes have hopefully settled a little bit and you start thinking about other things. So don't lose focus on those things. Your classes are important. Focus on your midterms that may or may not be coming up. All those things. Don't let the complacency of routine impact that. Although obviously everyone's routine was ruined last week. So maybe that's not relevant. I don't know. I'm tired. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else. So we'll jump in and do some senator shout outs.
I'm a preface. We'll do them once you have been called. Have them ready to go because we're not calling on people a second time to do a second round of Senate. We need to move it along.
All right. Yep. Ethan, I'm gonna wait because if I call on you now, you're gonna have 3 more later. So just hold on. Pretend you've given them and think about the ones you've already forgotten. All right, Scarlett.
Am I allowed to move to like make it a max of 10 minutes for Senator?
No,
shout-outs?
you cannot limit my time.
Okay. Then I'll just do a shout out to all of Senate. Obviously my name got read in tonight as judicial branch. And I've gotten a lot of super sweet notes from you guys and comments. I really appreciate that. Working with all of you has been super great. I obviously still have to get confirmed, yada, yada, yada. But even just the encouragement, like applying for the position and interviewing, like from all you guys really means a lot. So shout out to all of you for being encouraging people.
Very nice. Spalding?
I want to give a shout out to Chair Anderson. I'm just going to leave it at that. And then I also want to give a shout out to SBA because we worked on our concern and idea and feedback form, and we've been doing this for like weeks now. And it's finally looking good, and I'm really proud of the work that we've done. And that's it.
All right. Jay.
Hey, so can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I wanted to actually shout out to Speaker Hall. He was a great communicator between the Senate and the executive during the hurricane season, and he really did an amazing job to keep us updated on the decisions of the executive. So yeah, he definitely deserves it.
Brianna.
I would like to shout out a couple of people. First of all, Chair Gal and Pro Temp Foster, the tabling event, and also Trainer, Vice Chair Trainer stopped by, and I'm so sorry if I'm forgetting anyone else that stopped by during the tabling event last Monday. Oh yes, and DeMarla for getting us that beautiful shade. Well, I don't remember what it's called. Wow, I suck. But that. But shout out to those people. we talked to a lot of people at the tabling event and hopefully got some people to sign up for Senate. And then also shout out to Chair Urea. She is so chill. It's been so nice to be her vice chair. She makes everything so easy for me. So yeah, shout out to Chair Urea.
All right. Shala?
So I actually want to shout out for tonight to Senator Costas for bringing up the hurricane issue, mainly because I'm sure it's on everyone's mind, but the fact it was brought up during deliberations and we were able to use the full time and able to make some progress really was meaningful.
Bergman?
Shout out to everybody that's looking sharp tonight. You know who you are.
All right. Ethan? Better have them ready.
I think I do. First and foremost, of course, obligatory shout out to Gap for actually being very, very what's it called? Lively on the discussion of Resolution 5412, ORS for being highly efficient as always. Acting Chair Castillo for holding down the fort for Women's Caucus. You were doing a fantastic job. I hope we get a chair soon, but for the time being, you're doing great. Senator Berrickman for hitting the ground running. Love what you do in FAO and ORS. Scarlett for getting the justice seat. Sorry, Vice Chair Robbins for the justice seat. SGL Series, who came in and literally filled the entire back room, which I'm so surprised by. Senator Costas for the hurricane effort that was a topic that needed to be discussed. I'm so happy somebody brought it up. Senator Shecha for actually organizing the information dossier so far, as well as contributing to that part significantly, as well as hitting the ground running in Senate as well. Fiscal in general, because they've done with a lot of stuff recently, and it's just like, I'm really glad to see them actually working at a much better pace. APIA Caucus for the initiatives we're doing so far. And finally, Triple N Moda for joining Women's Caucus. We are severely understaffed in that caucus, so thank the gods you two are in there. I think that's everything.
All right. Bihan?
So I would like to first shout out Senator Vice Chair Robbins for being appointed to the judicial branch. That is very cool. I would also like to shout out Senator Akira for having the coolest shirt in here and also taking my steak and shake fries. And a shout out to Senator Berrickman for getting the Senate pizza. And shout out to Senator Temple and Gap, as always, for the great work of the Gap Committee. Shout out to LJR, best committee in Senate. And shout out to Senator Wanjan for doing an excellent job as ORS chair, even though I am not an ORS. And shout out to Senator Moda for a galaxy brain conversation in the student government office. Shout out to all my SGLCers who are wonderful people and who came to the Senate session to watch what we do and took a very passionate interest in it. And that's about it.
All right. Loki?
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out Senator Costas, Senator Caldwell, and Senator Taché for their work on the protests that happened earlier today. I also wanted to shout out JC and Alexa for coming out, as well as any other senators who came out who are escaping my mind right now. And I wanted to do my Hispanic Heritage Month shout outs, not only for today and as well as next week, since we won't be meeting. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to Brazil, because it's not just Hispanic Heritage Month, it's also Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month, which of course includes the Portuguese speaking Americas. So shout out to Brazil, often slept on. And finally, for next week will be the last week of Hispanic Heritage Month. And I wanted to give a shout out to what I can't call the best country in the world. So right now I'll have to settle for the best place in the world. But Puerto Rico, we love to see it. Dale, and happy Hispanic Heritage Month to everyone.
All right. Sio?
Yeah, I would like to shout out D-Leg McClellan and Chair Salcedo for giving me a ride home when my car decided to stop working.
All right. Foster?
Yes, not called last time. Okay. Scarlett, oh my God, dude, we're gonna miss you. All right, Scarlett, Tribble really engaged, Barrickman really engaged, Charlotte really engaged. I think it's super cool to see new senators super engaged, and that's all I got.
All right, McClellan.
Shout out to Baja International. They literally carried their car up here and they all came, well, not the entire club, but most of them came out. And then they carried it back down.
It was definitely really cool. Like the first time I saw it and the second time I saw it, but it's been a few times now. Yeah. Dylan.
Okay, a couple first to President Lopez and the rest of exec for the work they've already been doing with Hurricane Ian. Particularly, President Lopez was very receptive to my many questions about all the different things UCF is doing and not doing so far, and hope to next week talk more about that. Shout out to everyone here, whether they're virtual or physically in front of me. I know this week has been difficult, so I appreciate all of you being able to come here, as well as those who couldn't show up. Obviously, it's a difficult time for everyone. I want to shout out both Brody and Jax for last week being very good with trying to help all the employed people in SG make sure that they have their hours and everything else. I know that they have a lot going on, families of their own, things like that. So I appreciate the care for us as well. Also want to shout out all the senators that have been involved in any initiative, whether it was the protest that happened earlier today or any other event around campus. I know that there's a lot of opportunities around to help provide for those, and I encourage everyone to continue to do that. Also want to shout out the Black Caucus, because our Black Caucus meeting was really good, talking a lot about making Juneteenth a UCF holiday. And lastly, I know I plugged it a while ago, but got to plug Joe Biden today, specifically pardoning all federal simple marijuana possessions. So historic move, going to help a lot of people, hopefully help more. Yeah.
All right. Katrina.
I only have one today, but my best vice chair I've ever had. I'm gonna miss you. We're gonna pretend you're not the only vice chair I've ever had, but yeah, I'm gonna cry when you leave us.
All right. That's it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm very proud of all of you. Great work today in Senate. And let me know when you have your meeting, if it's like tomorrow or Monday, so I can like be there and help out if y'all need it. And yes, if anybody needs anything, as always, I'm here for you.
Ella?
Hi. First of all, you guys read your shout outs so fast. I like can't always get all of them. So if I ever miss a shout out, please don't take it personally. It's just because I couldn't type that fast. And I have like really high word per minute. Also, I was taking tests the other day. On a more serious note, I know that a lot of us were impacted by the hurricane, some more deeply than others. For my fellow Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Sanibel peeps, I know that it's been real tough seeing the footage of what it all looks like now. And I know I preach self-care like every single week, but please make sure you're giving yourself patience this week. It's hard to go from a week of what was essentially mourning for a lot of people right back into classes. And like we talked about, not all professors are being very accepting or very patient with us. So try to give that patience to yourself because it has been a hard week, even if you are just someone who is anxious driving in rain or have friends who have been impacted like that. Those are other things that are piling up. So yeah, be kind to yourself this week. And as an uplifter, I am linking more pictures of my cats in the minutes.
Great. Are there any questions for any of our advisors? Vice Chair Rowe?
By chance, Brody, you had mentioned like the best thing that we could do right now is give like money and stuff like that. Is there anything through UCF that like we're like that we could advertise for people to like donate there? Like, because I know we can't personally do a fundraiser and stuff. Like, is there resources like that?
I believe so, yes. Give me a hot minute and I will try to find it for you all. I will link it in the agenda in my announcements as soon as I find it.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, miscellaneous business. I see the YouTube page is linked. But before we get to Foster's fit check, to go back to what Pro Tem Foster was talking about. So basically in Senate Exec, we discussed the potential for it. So basically, let me just get this out on the camera. What day was it? 27th? Okay, so the 27th of October falls within homecoming week. And obviously there's a lot of homecoming events going on, like comedy night, etc. Senate falling on a Thursday falls on concert night. For those of you who don't know, the concert night is T-Pain. I know Senator Teche put Terrence Payne in the comments, so that that made me laugh earlier. But basically what Senate Exec discussed was the possibility of not holding Senate that Thursday and instead potentially holding a special session instead, and or using Senate Exec to that week to at least get through any fiscal legislation that needs to be seen. So basically what we wanted to do was an informal kind of vote where just people raising their hands so we can kind of gauge how interested people would be versus not. I will preface that when we did talk about it, I know that there were some senators already planning to go regardless of if Senate was happening or not. I understand it's fun, but like I can't, but at the same time, like we still have work that needs to be done. So I want to try to figure out what the best option for us is. I'll take a couple, I guess, questions about it before we kind of do it. If anyone's has any questions, and then we can go from there. Senator Berkman.
The hurricane already kind of put us back a week. How disruptive might that be to our operations as a whole?
So it can be, I guess, when it comes more towards like internal legislation, because we have kind of figured out a way that at least through Senate Exec, if there are allocations that can be seen, that can be seen through Senate Exec, or even the bills themselves. In theory, what we've identified through the statutes is that in a time of quote crisis, Senate Exec can't perform the duties of Senate. So what we would do is pass the fiscal bills through Senate Exec. Considering the fact that there is a concern that even if we had Senate on Thursday, we would not meet quorum, that does constitute the usage of that in statutes. Vice Chair Robbins.
Basically, you look confused. Can I clarify?
Go for it.
So we want to have Senate because there's lots of stuff to get done. You're perfectly correct. Yes, we are behind already. We're behind when we start the year, honestly. But the problem is we're afraid we're not going to meet quorum. So if we don't meet quorum, even if we do meet, it's going to be useless, right? The other side of it is like not having it at all is also like an issue because there's stuff to get done. So earlier in Senate Exec, if you go back in the, they can see the minutes. Yeah. Okay. If you go back in the minutes in Senate Exec, if you feel like looking at it, Senator Borges brought up a solution. Chair Borges brought up a solution, and I would read that if I were you. So it's pretty much like what he just said. We would be taking care of legislation that needs to get done in Exec if everyone's okay with that. So yeah.
I'll also add that a special session is also an option. The only reason why I do want us to have this conversation is because last time when former Speaker Custis had a special session because we missed a week on a Thursday, not enough people showed up to the special session, so we didn't hit quorum and none of the stuff was seen. So it threw us back considerably. So that's why I do want us to weigh this option, but I also understand that this is something that people want to do. Senator Spalding.
So I understand a special session is an option, but if we go that route, like, were we thinking of meeting? Do you know when that would happen, basically?
Effectively, a special session would probably happen early the following week. It'd more than likely be over Zoom, if not hybrid being I can sit in my office, I guess, but it would probably be over Zoom. So there wouldn't be a requirement for people to physically be here for it. that doesn't take away from the fact that we would still have Senate that Thursday as well. Dealing McClellan.
If I may also be a little bit shed some light on like fiscal wise, at least bill wise. So for allocations have been read into the minutes during Senate exec many times before. Fiscal bill wise, the two fiscal bills that we have just seen on first reading can be seen on second and third reading, or maybe just even, on second and third reading on November 3rd and still be in timeline. So those, and that's just what is submitted. There's no new bills in the Night Connect right now as well. That can definitely change. But as of right now, there is no urgent fiscal bill matter.
So again, all this to say, I understand it's a fun thing. I like T-Pain, but but at the same time, we do have a responsibility. So I just want to make sure that whatever the chamber is doing, that we're being smart and deliberate about it. So what I think we're going to do now is kind of I'm going to split it into two informal votes. The first one that I want us to do is just if we have Senate, because I know that there are people who have told me straight to my face that they will not come even if there is Senate because they're going to use an excuse for it. If we still have Senate, for all those to raise your hand if you do intend to not come to Senate that Thursday.
Yeah, let's go.
What?
Yeah.
What? Oh, I forgot we have that. Okay, wait. Okay, I see. All right. Are we gonna make a poll for it? Oh, I don't see it. Oh, you haven't done it yet. All right, we're gonna do a poll for it then. Okay. Yeah, so 14 to 7 to 9. I get it's T-Pain, who doesn't want it? Yeah, we wouldn't hit quorum in that situation. Yeah, I guess if we want to do another poll on the options, keep Senate, special session, or well, Senate, yeah, we can do Senate exec, yeah. Or Senate exec and cancel Senate. Senator Spalding.
Okay, so would we be required to come to Senate exec? Like, I'm confused.
No, if we did Senate exec, the only people that would be required are Senate exec.
Okay, that would, yeah, that makes sense.
Senator Castleton. Oh, or they might just. Oh, they just had their hand up. Yep. Well, when you put it like that, yeah. Okay, so what I think that we're then gonna do is we're gonna go that route. So we will not have Senate that week. What that does mean, though, is that your amazing speaker will be encouraging as many of you as possible to go to this concert as Senate. Let's have fun. Let's go see T-Pain. Why not? If you don't want to go with Senate and go with your friends, cool. But I'd be sad. So yeah, it sounds like we're gonna go the route of not having Senate that week and doing it through Senate exec. So mark your calendars, I guess. Enjoy it. You better go to T-Pain. If you're not going to T-Pain and you're still missing Senate, then what are you doing? He's here. Why not go? It's free. Anyways, okay. With that, Foster's fit check.
I've been thinking about this long and hard. Honorable. Yes. The shirt. I like the way you're wearing the shirt. The one button's undone. 3, Nimbargi. Can't see it. His whole outfit dripping. Like it. 2, Katrina. I like that color. I would have given you number 1, but since Scarlett's leaving, I gotta give her number 1 today. Her outfit is amazing.
Oh yeah, the speaker is also just going to do an honorable mention, but Pro Tem Foster's fit is
It's good today. It's good today.
alrighty. Chair Temple.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Please, Vihan. Do you object?
I'll withdraw.
Please, Vihan. Hit us with whatever.
All right, since we are still in miscellaneous business, this day in history, both related to the Roman Republic, 105 BC in the Cimbrian War, which was between the Roman Republic and the Germanic and Celtic tribes of the Cimbri and the Teutons, Ambrones, and Tigurini. The Roman Republic suffered a defeat at the Battle of Arausio that accelerated the Marian reforms. In 69 BC, in the Third Mithridatic War, the Roman Republic subdued Armenia. And
was that one of them? Was that one of the facts?
both are done.
Oh,
Thank you.
in the future, you get one fact. Double.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Please don't pack up until we're done.
Trainer,
Here.
Gribble,
Here.
Mole,
Here.
Odier, Moda,
Here.
Kira,
Here.
Nimbargi,
Here.
McClellan,
Present.
Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Here.
Capozzi, Caldwell, Robbins,
Present.
Spalding,
Present.
Castillo,
Present.
Harmar,
Present.
Simcoe, Wanjin,
Present.
Domino,
Present.
Foster,
Present.
Shilla,
Present.
Becerra,
Present.
Gell,
Present.
Yalamanchili,
Present.
Heintzkill, Demarla,
Here.
Patel,
Here.
Uchoa,
Here.
Harrell,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Present.
Barrickman, Almanar,
Present.
Anderson,
Present.
Present, Paul,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Costas,
Here.
Martin, Salcedo,
Present.
Tache,
Here.
Brenner.
Here.
38 out of 42, quorum is verified.
Hereby adjourn this meeting.